Good morning. Dear Governor Apostolos Zikostas of Central Macedonia, dear Deputy Minister of Research of Greece, Christos Dimas, dear State Secretary of Montenegro, Milica Gadovic-Georgievich, your Honorable Ambassador of Switzerland, Mr. Stefan Esterman, distinguished guests, thank you for, it's a honor for us to have you here today for this meeting, a special meeting of Southeastern European International Institute of Sustainable Technologies in Thessaloniki. I'm sure that we share the same vision to establish such an infrastructure somewhere in the Balkans, and we strongly support this initiative, not only as Technopolis, but as our governor will inform you, the Central Macedonia of Greece, and also the government of Greece. My name is Anastasios Tsikas. I am the president of Technopolis of Thessaloniki, which is the first and the biggest technology park in Greece. And also I'm the president of Thessaloniki International Fair, which is the national organization for exhibitions. And we are here in the venue of Thessaloniki International Fair. And I think that we will have a successful meeting. I welcome you in Thessaloniki, a vibrant and a hospitable city that historically used to be a crossroad between East and West. And this decade, the last decade, with the support of our governor and of our Minister of Research and our government, we have transformed our city in a technology hub, not only for the Balkans, for the Europe. So, the bonds between Technopolis of Thessaloniki, the region of Central Macedonia, the Ministry of Investment and Research with CERN are dated back to 2014, when we signed, firstly, a memorandum of understanding with CERN in order to promote its technologies in Greece and especially in the society. So, in our mind, we have that Technopolis can be a bridge between Greece and the European research. So, welcome once more. It's a honor for us to have you here. Enjoy your stay in Thessaloniki, and I'm sure that we will have very useful results from these meetings. Thank you very much. And now I invite the President Litov, the President of SEEIST, in order to give his speech.
So, good morning, everybody. Of course, in this, so to say, official part, first of all, I'd like to thank our hosts. And I'll start, of course, with Anastasios Tsikas. As you know, he's president of Technopolis, and he is the main organizer of this event. It is a real pleasure, actually, to be here in Thessaloniki, and I need to thank the Apostolos Tsikostas, the governor, who is with us, and this shows how serious and is the participation of Greece in our project. Of course, I should thank as well Christos Dimas, the Deputy Minister of Research and Technologies. He was the main driving force and helping a lot with the signature of the official documents, and as a result, Greece now is full member of our project. I'm not going to miss also Stavris Kalafatis, the Deputy Minister of Interior, responsible for Macedonian Trace, and Ms. Maria Antoniou, head of the Prime Minister Office here in Macedonia. Of course, everybody knows that the majority of the work was done by Jutta Foka, and there is no way to forget her. Now, once passing through this important part with the thanks, let me say a few words what is in front of us with our project. This meeting is really very important for us because we are going to take several important decisions today in the afternoon during the closed session of the meeting. As you know, the first thing which we are going to discuss and hopefully approve is a very important document. This is the general work plan of our collaboration. This work plan covers the preparatory phase and construction phase of the project. Also, we are going to approve a very important, probably internal document for us. This is the memorandum of cooperation between the steering committee and the association for support of SEEIST. This document actually is very important because it defines quite well the responsibilities of these two bodies, steering committee and the association, the role of each and how we are going to work together in the future. We are going also to create one very important working group today, which will be responsible for the structuring of funding of the project. As you understand, without this, we cannot move forward. So more or less, this is the program for today. And of course, a very important point is to discuss the involvement of the governments of the member states of the project. We should activate this involvement of the governments in two ways. The first one is extremely important. This is the creation of the local communities which are working on the project, and then building a network between these local communities, and then building a network with the European community in the field of the hadron therapy. And the second point, of course, is the financial support for the association, which is of critical importance, actually, for the project. So let me thank again the organizers. Let me thank you. I'm very happy to see all of you here in person. Since a lot of time was not able, we were using only Zoom to work together. And to issue a very effective and useful work during the day. Thank you very much, and please.
Thank you, Mr. Lito. So I have said before that we try to transform our city in a European hub in new technologies. The real leader of this transformation of the city is our governor, Mr. Apostolos Tzitzikostas. Mr. Tzitzikostas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President Zikas, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first welcome you to Thessaloniki and Central Macedonia. It's a great honor and a great pleasure to have you here with us today. And first of all, let me stress once more our collaboration with the leading European research organization, CERN, that has already been our goal since 2021, and we have achieved great successes so far. You know, it has always been our strategic goal as a region to transform Central Macedonia into a hub of innovation and new technologies. And in this context, and in order to achieve this goal, we are making all these years steady steps forward, implementing a set of multi-level actions and reforms in our government in order to attract flagship innovative investments for our region. Investments that give a new growth a new dynamic, create new job opportunities for especially the young people, and of course, finally reverse the brain drain to brain gain for our country and our region. And we are really happy that huge multi-global enterprises such as Deloitte, Cisco, Pfizer, as well as many other companies from all over the world have already established their centers for innovation here in Thessaloniki, in Central Macedonia, showing not only that they trust the comparative advantages of our region and our city, but also the comparative advantages of our country, and that they also support our strategic plan. And at the same time, the growth of domestic innovation companies is our primary priority. Our goal is to strengthen the local ecosystem in order to make it more competitive in the global market. And in this concept, we concentrate our efforts in developing new opportunities for local businesses and creating initiatives for young scientists and researchers to develop their own business initiatives. At the same time, we place particular emphasis on the digital transformation of the region of Central Macedonia. And I'm really happy that our Vice Governor, Mr. Haristeas, is here today with us. But also, the universities, chambers, and businesses, during the European programs, we have been using these European funds in order to upgrade their digital infrastructures. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important pillars in this effort that we are all making here in Thessaloniki is to transform Central Macedonia in a hub of innovation, not only for Greece or Southeast Europe, but for the entire Mediterranean. And it is true that a very, very big step towards achieving this goal has been the partnership and the cooperation that we have formed since 2014 with CERN. The region of Central Macedonia is among the very few regional governments worldwide that has developed from scratch a close and very efficient cooperation with CERN. And in this framework, local businesses from the region of Central Macedonia have become product and utility providers of CERN so far, while at the same time, we offer research opportunities to our students and our researchers. At the same time, as an outcome of these initiatives that we have taken and of our intensive efforts already from 21, together with the Greek government and Minister Christos Dimas, who is here with us, who has done an amazing work into upgrading this collaboration, and of course, together with Technopolis and Mr. Tsikas, the region of Central Macedonia, and by extension our country, is a full member of the SEEIST initiative. And as we all know, the SEEIST initiative is a transnational initiative based on technologies developed at CERN. It concerns the creation of a new research center for treatment of cancer, which will be based on the method of irradiating cancerous tumors with protons and heavy ions. And we are therefore proud, really proud, to be a full member of this initiative. And today, here in Greece, Technopolis, the region of Central Macedonia, and the Greek government organized the 14th Steering Committee meeting. So allow me, dear friends, Your Excellencies, to conclude by underlying our strong support on the implementation of this SEEIST project. I believe that the SEEIST project is a very important initiative that will contribute to science, to the society, and to all humanity. Therefore, I really want you to know that the region of Central Macedonia stands by your side and joins your efforts for the success of this great project. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Governor, for your support. Now, Mr. Christos Dimas, the Deputy Minister of Research, who is also very supportive and committed in this transformation, not only of the Central Macedonia, of the city, but of the country. He's with us. So, Minister, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me starting by welcoming everybody to Thessaloniki and Greece. We are very happy to host today's event. I would like to briefly state the main priorities of the Greek government regarding research and innovation. So, linking research and innovation more effectively with entrepreneurship, increasing R&D expenditure, and connecting more effectively the research and innovation ecosystem are three main priorities of the Greek government. Very briefly, I would like to start saying that we have legislated very important tax incentives in order to increase R&D investments in the country. So we increased from 130% to 200% tax super deductions for companies that invest in R&D. This has actually helped boost R&D investment from Greek companies, but at the same time, it has helped attract very important companies from abroad to invest in Greece in R&D. The governor did mention some of these companies. At the same time, though, we wanted to see how we can further fuel up the Greek innovation ecosystem. So for the first time, the Greek government did seriously take some measures in order to do so. We did legislate tax breaks, important tax breaks for angel investments, for stock options. We did proceed with other measures in order to support the innovation ecosystem with extra liquidity, especially during the COVID-19 crisis. And we have also transformed a lot of our framework, especially in the way that spin-off companies operate. We simplified all the procedure in order to give the opportunity to academics, to researchers, to create companies within universities and research centers, and therefore link much more effectively research and innovation. At the same time, though, apart from the tax breaks, we have been taking good use of the cohesion money in order to boost R&D investments. So we are creating innovation clusters in many different areas. We are creating also competence centers throughout the country, and we are strengthening the technology transfer offices in our academic institutions. Where I want to conclude is our main goal is to make Greece the research and innovation hub of Southeastern Europe. And we are very happy to actually have a record of increase in R&D spending compared to our budget in the last year, and we are very, very optimistic that this trend will continue in the next years. Finally, in conclusion, what I want to say is that Thessaloniki does not only simply offer all of the necessary conditions to help academics and young entrepreneurs flourish and therefore host such an institute. it is actually ideally located. Thessaloniki has a very important research and innovation ecosystem. The Technopolis, allow me to say, is our leading player in this issue. We are also creating Thesintech, a technological park, a bit outside Thessaloniki. We have very important research institutions, universities, companies, multinational companies, and Greek companies investing in R&D. So we truly believe that Thessaloniki has a very important role to play, and the support of our government towards such an institution is full-hearted. We are fully committed, and we do think Thessaloniki can have a leading role in this issue. So thank you very much for being here, and I'm sure that we will have a very fruitful discussion.
Minister Dimas, thank you very much for your support. And now it's a honor for us to have with us the Ambassador, Stefan Esterman. Mr. Ambassador.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Governor of the region of Central Macedonia, dear Vice Minister for Research and Innovation, dear co-chairs of the SEEIST Steering Committee, dear President of the SEEIST Association, dear representatives, excellencies of the countries, member of SEEIST, participant in this SEEIST project. The SEEIST project is a vision, the vision to have a top-class research facility in the area of neutron and proton acceleration on the model of CERN, with a medical site application to fight cancer. I personally find it an extremely beautiful project because it links basic sciences, basic research with a medical application in a field where these applications are absolutely leading, the heavy ion therapy. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Stefan Esterman. I am the head of the Prosperity and Sustainability Division in the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs of Switzerland. I have the honor to chair two important working groups that will meet tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, the working group on the legal framework and the working group on site selection. It is a huge pleasure to come to Greece, to the beautiful, luminous city of Thessaloniki. Also for a very special reason, I have been designated as the next incoming Swiss ambassador, so I will represent Switzerland in Greece starting 1st of September of this year. So it is a particular pleasure for me to come to Greece on that occasion. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a lot of success, and I hope that this project will contribute to the whole region to strive and to make a huge step forward. Thank you very much.
And now we'll have a link with the director of the Office of the Prime Minister in Thessaloniki, Mrs. Maria Adoniou.
Good morning to me. Your Excellency, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
And now we can
Your Excellency, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, dear Deputy Minister of Research and Innovation, dear friend Mr. Dimas, dear regional government, Apostolos Tzitsikostas, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank you, the organizer, for the honorary invitation to participate in this important 3 days conference in Thessaloniki and concerts the Southeastern European Initiative for Cancer Research and Therapy with loans. I would like to warmly congratulate the Technopolis and the President, Mr. Dzikas, which with the support of the Ministry of Development and Investment and the region of Central Macedonia and of course the Regional Development Fund took this initiative. As head of the Macedonia Prime Minister Office here to Thessaloniki, I'm here to welcome the work of the conference and to express my full support for all projects. Thessaloniki, the heart of North Greece, plays now a leading role in investment, research, technology, innovation, and all sectors with target interventions. With all the projects that are involving and others that we are planning as government, Thessaloniki can become a technology hub, an innovation hub, a digital capital in the Balkans and throughout Southeastern Europe. The installation of technological world leaders as Pfizer, Cisco, Deloitte, and others, and the expansion of the existing ones already make our Thessaloniki visible on the international investment map, bringing more foreign capital to the region for the benefit of the economy and employment, as we hear from previous speakers. Let us turn to the traditional initiative SEEIST, Southeastern European International Institute for Sustainable Technologies, which builds on technology development at CERN. As we hear and we know, Greece became a member 2021 with a coordinated effort of all stakeholders. We are now pleased to claim the installation of a new cancer therapy research center based on the method of irradiated cancers, tumors with protons and heavy ions. An ambitious project relevant to health and quality of life of our citizens, of the citizens all over the world. I'm sure that with coordinated actions and effort, we will succeed. As head of Prime Minister Office here in Thessaloniki, we will support any project which contributes to the development perspective of Thessaloniki, Macedonia, North Greece. I welcome all the representatives of the SEEIST member countries and all the participants. Thank you for being here with us. Special thanks to the organizers, and I wish good luck at the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Antoniou. And now, last but not least, Mr. Emmanuel Tsesmelis, a real pioneer in Geneva. He will give us his wishes and his support from CERN, from Geneva.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dzikas. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor for me to be with you today, even though remotely. I'd like to, of course, say thank you to all the organizers in preparing this very important meeting. And I'd like to thank, of course, our distinguished and honored guests, Mr. Apostolos Tzitzikostas, the Governor of Central Macedonia, Mr. Christos Dimas, the Deputy Minister for Research and Technology, and Ambassador Eksterman as well, who is with us today. It is indeed a pleasure to say a few words of welcome from CERN in Geneva. I would just like to mention that CERN, the central pillar of the mission of the organization is, of course, fundamental research in particle physics, but this is very much supported by three additional areas of its mission, three additional pillars. And one of those additional pillars is technology and innovation, and bringing the know-how and technology and developed for fundamental particle physics to society and for impact in the wider community. And indeed, this is one of the reasons why CERN is supporting SEEIST on many fronts, as we'll be seeing in the deliberations of this meeting. In addition, of course, to technology and innovation and fundamental research in particle physics, CERN's mission is, of course, to train and educate the next generation of scientists and engineers who may play a role not only in fundamental particle physics, but also playing a role in society at large, and in particular in medicine and healthcare. And of course, all this is done through international collaboration, and what is trying to be put together here with SEEIST is very much based on that model of international collaboration. So this really goes back. CERN's technological innovations have important applications in medicine and healthcare, and this is very much embedded inside the convention of the organization dating back to the 1950s, of which Greece, of course, has been a founding member of CERN since its origin. So these technological innovations have very broad and wide and deep repercussions in medicine and healthcare. In particular, in the case of therapy, cancer therapy, the accelerated technologies applied in cancer radiotherapy and adjuvant therapy with protons, ions, and electrons. Many examples exist where CERN has participated directly or indirectly in the development of the next generation facilities. The technologies applied from the particle detectors used at CERN in, for example, medical imaging. For example, the next generation PET scanners is a very important transfer of knowledge and technology from the particle physics laboratory to a clinical environment. We have recently also developed a very unique and very innovative medical imaging devices based on pixel detector technologies, which are used in the LHC experiments at CERN to get the first color photographs, X-ray images of human hand, for example. And of course, we also produce, since recent years, innovative radioisotopes for nuclear medicine research. So these are examples of areas where CERN's know-how and technologies can be applied in the area of medicine and healthcare. And of course, SEEIST is another example of where that innovation can be applied. So with that, I would like to thank all the organizers and all the participants, and I would like to wish you all a very successful and fruitful meeting, which is happening in Thessaloniki, and best greetings from CERN in Geneva. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tesmelis. And now we can go on. Mr. Litov, you go on with our president, Mr. Litov. The floor is yours and the coordination is yours.
Thank you very much. So actually now we are starting our normal work, but before this, as many of you know, unfortunately, this year we have lost Thea Guazar. Thea was was in the project from the very beginning. She was representing Slovenia. In our project, he did a fantastic work during the period of establishing the project, start of the project. She was also a member of the board of the association and deputy chair of this board, and was chairing for several months the board just before election of the new chair of board association. So I would like to ask you for a minute of silence to remember our dear Thea. She did a lot for us, and the memory for her will stay with us forever. Please, a minute of silence. Thank you very much. So now let me start. So at the beginning of today's meeting, I'm going to make a brief presentation of the project and to introduce, especially for our guests here and as well for the new members of the working groups and of the steering committee. As you know, SEEIST stands for the Southeast European International Institute for Sustainable Technologies. The basic, let me see whether, moves. So the basic idea to establish this institute was proposed by Herbig Schopper, the former Director General of CERN. Unfortunately, he was not able to join us for today, but he is very active still in the project. The objectives of the project are to promote collaboration between science, technology, and industry, to provide platforms for the development of the education, to boost the technology transfer from European laboratories like CERN and other leading institutes to the countries in the region, to mitigate, of course, the tensions between countries in the region, and because we are going to establish a research center, of course, to form a research nucleus in the region of Southeast Europe. This kind of goals can be achieved with one major new institute based on the latest technologies to enable first-class research. Actually, we can see here the member states. Now we have 10 countries joining the project and working together for the realization of this idea. The project is based on 2 official documents. The first one was Declaration for Intent, which was signed in 2017 at CERN. 8 countries at this moment signed the declaration. Croatia decided to sign it at referendum, and Greece declared that it's very interested in the project and joined the project as an observer. As you know, last year Greece signed the Declaration of Intent officially and officially became member of the project, and this is why we are here in Thessaloniki today. The second document is the so-called Memorandum of Cooperation, which was signed by 6 Prime Minister in 2019. I should inform you also that the Greek Prime Minister is going to sign this document. It's a question of time and organization in the proper way of this signature. So at the very beginning we were considering 2 options for establishment of the institute. In both cases the basic idea was to build a big accelerator. In the first case the idea was to have a synchrotron white source, and the second option was to establish an accelerator which accelerates protons and white ions which are used for treatment of cancer. There are a lot of arguments behind the decision of the steering committee to proceed with the second options. I will mention just one because it's a very understandable argument. You see the map of Europe, and as you can see on the map, where is the, no, sorry, I pushed the wrong, okay. Anyhow, on the map you can see that in our region practically there is no, what is shown here are the proton or ion therapy centers in Europe. As you can see, practically in our region there is completely empty, there is no a single center, which means simply that the population of our region has no normal access to this option of treatment of cancer patients. And as you understand, this is not, this is a question of life and death. We have tried to estimate the expected number of patients in the region. There are a lot of parameters as input, but just to mention some of them. So the population of the 10 countries participating in the project is 43 million. Taking into account different type of cancer eligible for this type of treatment, the distribution of these cancers among the population in the region. Our estimation is that we expect to have at least 1,400 patients per year, and in case if we add the European part of Turkey, the population is 75 million, and then we do expect to have more than 2,500 patients per year. It's obvious that one single center will not solve the problem of the region, but you have to keep this in mind, because also as a complementary centers you can, so in the region can also be built other proton centers for proton therapy. These numbers which I am showing here strongly depend from the national protocols of cancer treatment and can vary significantly, so those numbers are the lower limit actually. It should be considered as a lower limit of the number of expected patients. So, okay, what is behind this? As I already mentioned, we are going to build an accelerator. In this accelerator, could you show me that there should be laser somewhere here? Which one? This one is no. I tried it. This one. Oh, good. Okay, then I can show. So just we start with what is called ion source. Then we have a linear accelerator, which is injecting a beam in the synchrotron. And after this synchrotron, we plan to have 3 lines delivering the beam in 3 treatment rooms. One of them will be equipped with superconducting gantry. It's a special device in order to position the beam in the most efficient way to the patient. And what is important, however, we have 2 additional lines which are going in this experimental area of the center. And another important point to mention is that the linear accelerator which we are planning to have in this center also will be in a position to produce isotopes for both for treatment of patients and for diagnosis of patients. So the parameters of the accelerators are chosen in such a way that you can accelerate protons and different types of ions. And the basic idea is that you can treat tumors which are 25-30 centimeters deep inside the patient. What, however, is important is that we will have in this accelerator the so-called standard extraction of the beam, which is called slow extraction. This is not so interesting. There is but what is important is that we will have also the so-called fast extraction, which permits us to extract the beam for a very short time from the accelerator, which means short time is microseconds, and this opens the door for a very interesting option for treatment of patients and very promising option, which is called flash therapy. And actually, this accelerator will be the first ion accelerator in the world able to deliver this type of beams suitable for flash therapy. So we see the picture of the center. So here is the accelerator, the main accelerator, the 3 treatment rooms. Here is the experimental area. From another view of this center, so actually this is what we are going to build. Our estimation of so we are going to do 2 things in this center. The first, of course, is research, but the second also we are going to treat patients in this center. And our estimation is that we will be able, under the condition that we are using at least 50% of the time of the beam time for research, so we can treat about 400 patients per year. Comparing with this number which I have shown before, 1,500, it's clear that it's not enough to cover the needs of the region, but okay, we should start with something. The estimate of the cost of the full project is at the level of 250 million euro. And concerning once the center is established and working at full capacity, to run the center we will need about 18 million per year. because we are going to treat patients and also to establish a state-of-art imaging center at this infrastructure. So we will have some income from these activities, which will cover about 10 millions out of these 18 millions. And what we do expect that the member states in the project also should contribute every year with 8 million, which is not such a huge number of such huge amount of money, taking into account that we have 10 countries in the project. So that's what is important also to define very clearly the stages of the project. So this project has two phases. The first one is the preparatory phase, the second is construction phase. The first preparatory phase has two stages. The first stage is the preparation of the conceptual design of the infrastructure. And actually this stage was finished with the support of the European Commission. We were able to finish this work. Now we are just preparing a document which is called Conceptual Design Report. The second stage includes the detailed technical design of the infrastructure, what usually is called Technical Design Report. We have to choose the legal framework, to define the legal framework for registration of this international organization, and to establish the institute. Of course, before this also we have to select the host state for the central infrastructure. There is also other activities. For example, we have to prepare the business plan to show to everybody that this project is sustainable. Now, the second phase, construction phase, will take 5-6 years. And what we do expect still, we hope that we will have the first patients treated at the end of 2029. So we have developed a detailed work plan with corresponding time scale, and we are going, I hope, today to approve this plan. Because we have 10 countries participating in the project, we decided to slightly extend it and to build actually distributed research infrastructure in the region, which will consist of the central infrastructure, which I have shown, this accelerator center, plus several hubs. Now, these hubs are under discussion. We are in process of forming a working group on hubs, and which should define the type of the hubs and the plans how to implement these ideas. What is under discussion now are hubs, digital hub, which means we are going to collect information from different centers in the region about the patients, to exchange this information, and just slowly but to switch to what is called digital medicine nowadays. Then the other possibility is the accelerator development hub and scientific hub. Of course, the main subject will be radiotherapy and radiobiology. The sustainability hub behind this is the idea to build a sun power station which will be producing the same amount of energy which will be consumed by the accelerator. And this center will be a different place, but this makes our project green, so to say. The other under discussion hubs are training hub, animal research hub, imaging hub, probably also medical physics hub. As I already mentioned, now we have a working group which is working on this subject, and we expect to have soon this a proposal what type of hubs we are going to have. What is important here is to mention that actually this work on the hubs will be going on in parallel with the work on the accelerator, and these hubs will be actually can be built and start to function before actually the central infrastructure. Now, concerning the collaboration, of course, you can not establish this institute and revise all the ideas behind the hub alone, because we have no in the region experience in this field. This is why we are working with the leading institutes in Europe and centers for ion therapy. I should mention, of course, CERN, but also GSI as a scientific centers, CNAU, Medastron, hit, and Marburg, the 4 ion therapy centers, existing centers in Europe. We are here today also a very strong support, for example, from CNAO. Then we have some projects, European projects, which are supported by European Commission. The most important and ongoing project at the moment is called HITRI+. Today we will have a presentation about this project, so I'm just jumping to the next point. Also, we had signed a special agreement with the Ministry of Science of Montenegro for 100,000 at a very critical point of the development of the project, and I'll take again the Montenegro government for this support of the project. It was very important. As I already mentioned, the first stage of the preparatory phase, which was the conceptual design of the accelerator, was supported by the European Commission, so this project was finished. Now we have established several working groups, probably from political point of view. The two most important of them are the working group on legal framework, which is supposed to define this legal framework, and the second working group is on the site selection. The Swiss Federal Department for Foreign Affairs kindly agreed to help us in this work because it's a really very sensitive, and they are coordinating the work of these two working groups. As you know, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we will have meetings of these two groups here at Thessaloniki. Also, we have established the working group on hubs and networks. Now, a little bit on the current situation. So, currently we're in the second stage of the preparatory phase. As you see, so what we did recently was to develop the general work plan for the project, and then I hope today it will be approved by the steering committee, and then based on it we can establish year by year the yearly plans for every year. So this plan was prepared together with of course, with the association, and we will discuss it this afternoon. Now, I mentioned we have several working groups, and what we are going, they are already functioning. However, we have another problem in the project. The funding is not structured yet, so today we are going to establish a work group on financial sustainability, which will be responsible for this structuring of the funding. Also, negotiations are going on with the European Commission. They are supporting us very strongly. Now we have to define clearly the schemes which we can use from the European Commission to get financial support for the project. Now, I already mentioned, but again, I'll stress on this, it is very important to form a local community. The problem is that this project is in the field where in our region we have no capacity, no expertise in the region, simply because there are no this type of centers in the region. So we are helped very strongly by the European community, but now it is time to form the local community which is working on the project, to build the network, to connect all these local communities in the region, and to ensure that and to organize their work in such a way that they are working in synergy, and also to connect our local community with the European community. This work actually already started somehow and is going on, but for this we need a very strong support from the governments of the member states. And of course, the second point which we are going to discuss this afternoon is the financial support for the project coming from the governments. As you know, the association is I missed this point. The steering committee is not legal entity, and the steering committee cannot participate in different projects and so on. Then this is why we have established the Association for Support of SEEIST, which is a legal entity registered in Switzerland, and this is the legal representative of our project at the moment. This is a temporary solution till the institute is officially established. Now, concerning the European Commission, we had very interesting meetings 2 weeks ago in Brussels. These meetings were organized by our Swiss friends from the Foreign Department, for the Federal Department for Foreign Affairs. We met the team of Anna Panagopoulou. She's a director of European Research Area and Innovation. This is part of the DG of Research and Innovation. The very clear support for the project was declared, and now we are discussing what are the possibilities for us to participate in different calls of the Commission. The other meeting was with Corina Amting. She's actually the department which she leads is the real research executive agency. This is the part of the Commission which is responsible for the realization of the projects which are already approved. Again, we receive quite good support from them. The other very important meeting with Adrienne Kirley and her team, this is so-called DG NEAR. This is the directorate which is responsible for the neighbor countries and new member states. In particular, this is the department which is responsible for the West Balkan investment plan, and what actually we are discussing is the possibility that SEEIST will be the flagship project in this plan. So again, we receive quite strong support. For them, of course, for them our project is not enough mature, so to say, to be included in this plan. We still have to do some work and to finish this preparatory phase on the project. But what is important also, if we want to get some support from them, we should activate the national delegations in Brussels to be more active, to present the project and to ask support for this project from DG NEAR. Also, we had a meeting with Peter Koren. This is Intra F5. This is the department which is responsible with contacts for non-member states which are non-European member states. So this was an informative meeting. The total conclusion from these meetings is that we have a very strong support from the European Commission, but now we have to prepare our homework. The last thing which happened was actually just 1 week ago. There was a meeting organized from the European Commission and the INSPIRE projects, which was called Proton Therapy Across European Regions, Technological Advances and the Emerging Field of Heavy Ions Therapy. Here we see the program. What is important actually is that this meeting was opened by Sinja Racu. She's a Deputy Director General of DG Research and Innovation, where he declared from the very beginning a very strong support for SEEIST, and she mentioned that actually this meeting was organized in order to introduce SEEIST in front of the other projects in this field. And she declared an extremely strong support for the Commission. I have present our project. There was after that discussion. Also were present the existing project in this field. It is the INSPIRE project, which was present by Karen Kirby, Professor of Proton Therapy in Physics in Manchester. The HITRI Plus project was present by Sandro Rossi, which is here with us, Director General of NOW Foundation. The probably interesting thing, information, also there was a report from Georgia. They are going to establish a proton therapy center, so they actually signed the contract and now they are working on the project. The leading there will be the Kutaisi International University. So more or less, those are the activities, the stage of the project. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you have some very fast questions, please. Okay.
Can I add, excuse me, can I add something to your speech,
Yes.
which you have missed probably to mention? The main goal of establishing SEEIST, one of the highest priorities is to revert the brain drain is researching the demography of the Balkans. One can see that the brain drain is devastating in all the countries except for Slovenia, I think. There is an experience with CERN which needs to be transferred also to this project. The brain drain due to the Manhattan Project was very remarkable. The people from Europe were going to work in United States, and CERN bring a lot of people back from United States. So one of these priorities is to bring our golden boys and girls which are leaving the Balkans and never coming back, to make them come back. So thank you, Lito, for allowing me to add this.
Thank you, Mimosa. Of course, this is a very important point,
Yeah.
so it should be mentioned. Okay, then we continue our work. So the next speaker after me is Sandro Rossi. Sandro, please come here. So this is your turn. He's going to present the HITRI Plus project. As I already mentioned, this is one of the very important for us projects, because we do expect to have the design of our accelerator coming from this project, please. So this is forward, backward, and here is the point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the kind invitation to this meeting. So I'm going to present two projects, actually. First of all, the HITRI Plus, and giving you an overview on this European Community Finance project. And then I will focus on CNAO experience to show you a possible implementation of a radon therapy center. I will start recalling that actually HITRI Plus comes from the experience of HITRI that was launched in 2019 in the InfraDev call, and the last I stands for infrastructure. So it was a project conceived in order to create the basis for the realization of HITRI, and was already at that moment a collection of a consortium of many institutions, and this was fundamental in order to then launch and get approval for HITRI Plus project. HITRI Plus is formed by 22 institutions from 14 different countries, and put together the 4 infrastructure that deliver carbon ions to patients and to research, and also GSI that is also giving beams for research, plus CERN and other, of course. And SEEIST is one of the members, and also is bringing together the competence of 4 collaborating institutions in the Southeast Europe area. So the role of SEEIST is very, very crucial. The project has started last year in April. The kickoff was 13th of April, and online, of course. The duration of the project is 4 years and has been financed with 5 million euros. Which are the goals of HITRI Plus? The first one is to integrate and open this treating infrastructure with carbon ions to the community of clinicians in Europe. The second one is doing the same activity but with research community. So the aim is to coordinate and strengthen the research programs of the heavy ion facilities in Europe, so adding to the 4 existing clinical centers, also GSI. The third objective is to introduce novel technologies. The novel technologies should benefit the centers first, but also in perspective the new realization. So this is also very, very crucial. And then the fourth and fifth point are also important, because we need to create the community of multidisciplinary researchers and clinicians around these projects. And this is not trivial, because of course to create the membership and to create the partnership among people is crucial in these kind of activities. And the last but not least point, the fact that we wanted to create a pan-European research infrastructure, and this should be the fundamental of SEEIST, but also other projects in Europe. This is the structure of the project. SEEIST is very well represented. First of all, Sanja Damjanovic is chairing as a representative of SEEIST the General Assembly, that is the governing body of E3+. There are, of course, external scientific advisory board and also industrial, ethical, and legal advisory board. And the project is structured with 3 pillars. One is coordinated by a SEEIST representative, Manjit Dosanjh, and it's dealing with the network activities. The second one is transnational access, that is led by Marco Durante from GSI. And the third one is joint research activities led by Maurizio Breitner from CERN. SEEIST is very well represented in this project. It contributes to 6 work packages, as you see in this list, with people. The names of the people is taken from the proposal. Maybe nowadays some of them have changed, but basically you see a well-represented contribution of SEEIST dealing with networking and communication, but also education and training, and also on technical issues like advanced accelerator and gantry design, superconducting magnet design, and control and safety. Not only SEEIST, but also the collaborating institutions are represented. SEEIST is, by the way, the second partner in terms of amount of budget that is dealing with, almost 850,000 euros, that is 17% of the overall budget of E3+. Let me enter now briefly in the details of this project that is organized in 3 pillars. You see on the left in green the 4 networking tasks, work packages. In blue, light blue, you see the 6 work packages for technologies, and in yellow on the right, the transnational access. This is crucial. This is crucial, and this is very, very fundamental for us. That is the possibility to allow clinicians from the European states to go in these facilities and make experience of what it means to treat patients with hadrons. Not only, but we also want to welcome research groups that use the facilities to make experiments. We have funds for that. We already allocated 62 hours of research for access. And of course, we are also dealing with pandemic, and this is a restriction at the moment, but we want to speed up this process in the near future. I want to stress a point for this community of southeastern countries, European countries, that these funds, these facilities are available and effective. This is really capacity building to me in the SEE countries for clinicians and research. So please make use of these funds. Send doctors to see, not only with the patient, but also to compare the treatments, conventional treatments, with these kind of modalities and identify which are the pathologies that Professor Litov was outlining before that will benefit of introduction of these techniques. So go please on the website, and I really stress the point that this is a big opportunity for you. Concerning networking activities, the first work package deal with networking, dissemination, outreach, communication. We have a website, but also very active the social media. We have a link through Manjit with ENLIGHT. ENLIGHT is the European network of light ion therapy centers, historical network, very fundamental to deal with these projects. And monthly, we have a seminar that is presenting to the community the various activities presented by experts in the area. The heart of the communication is the work package 3, the clinical networking, because we need also to establish really the way of speaking for the clinicians. They need to talk the same language, and this is not trivial, because coming from different countries, making different choices in treating the patient, this is important, for example, to design, and this is one of the goals, one clinical trial, talking together and defining which are the condition and the application, which are the doses, which are the organ at risk for one trial. This will establish a common language. We want also to create the basis of a common European registry for this kind of rare diseases. This is going to be helpful and useful for all the community, and also in the same, on the same page, the definition of the organ at risk, which are the values of doses that these organs should receive for this rare cancer. The activity with industries, some industries are already asking to assist to the meetings in order to grasp and to see if there are possibilities to use this technology. This is very important because European funds are given for that. Also to interest to transfer to industry the competencies. And the formation is also an issue. I want to tell many thanks to Jota and to Nicholas, because last year in May they made a wonderful course, a wonderful masterclass with big success, more than 1,000 participants, half of them from outside Europe. This was a real amazing success. And these other events are coming up also in July for postdoc students and masters, and also education and training. We are welcoming in our facilities students and postdoc for secondments and internship. Let me now go to the joint research activities. I will not enter in the details. Maurizio is going to present also some activities in detail after me. Just let me show you and briefly go through the various work packages. We are dealing with the synchrotron and gantry design for carbon ion, new design. We are dealing with new technology, superconducting magnets, in order to squeeze the dimension and reduce eventually the cost. New dose delivery modalities, gantry-free, rotating the chair and treating the patient with arc therapy. We want also to reduce the treatment time, because this is going in the good direction to save time and to treat more patients in our facilities, and also to build new and more user-friendly control systems. And last but not least, also in radiobiology, make QA and safety as a crucial issue in this project. Okay, this is closing the first part of my introduction, of my talk. I go to the second part to present the facility in which I'm working, a facility that has been created by the Italian Ministry of Health in 2001. It's very similar to what you would like to have it here in the southeastern part of Europe, and this is a nice picture, a nice view of the facility that is located in the northern part of Italy, close to Milano. Recently, we have the visit of the Joint Commission Internationally have been awarded with the quality approval of this distinguished body, international body. So our experience comes from CERN, with the project that in the late 90s was held at CERN, promoted by Ugo Amaldi, an outstanding physicist in Italy, and other collaborators, the proton-ion medical machine study. CERN did, with the help also of GSI, a greenfield project optimized for treating patients with hadrons. And this was a basis from which we took our project. We made our choices. And when I say our, it means not only CNAO, but a collaboration of many institutions on the national and international level, national for Italy, of course. And you recognize, for example, the National Institute of Nuclear Physics, but on the international scene, you see CERN, GSI, LPSC in France, and also NIRS in Chiba in Japan. So very strong links with the research and clinical community. This is the layout of the center in Italy. You see the synchrotron ring, 80 meters in circumference. You see that the design is rather compact with respect to beams. We put inside the two sources for proton and carbon ions, the injector linac, and in the back you see the treatment lines. You see that the facility has 3 treatment rooms, each one with an horizontal beam line. In the central one, we have also a vertical beam line, And then there is a fourth room fully devoted to research. So this is somehow a model that is interesting. Which are our three main topics of development? We have clinical activities, of course. This is the first, our first goal. We have research and research in many domains, ranging from dosimetry to radiobiology to new technologies. And we are also launching the third pillar, that is formation. We are discussing and launching within the research ministry in Italy a PhD course school with one of the superior school of teaching in Italy. Concerning clinics, we treated so far almost 4,000 patients, 55% carbon ions. You see the pathology sharing. Mainly we have head and neck carcinoma, chordomas and chondrosarcomas of the bone and soft tissues, adenocystic carcinoma and also sarcoma. But you see also a variety of tumors, so we are also making clinical trials on different pathologies. There has been, after a first phase of clinical trials that was needed in order to demonstrate that capability to use these beams to treat patients, there has been a steady growth in the number of treatments. We are close to 600 patients per year. That means roughly 50 patients every day. Today there are 50 patients in treatment in now, and I think that we can improve by 15% because they are complicated cases. Now it's back. Sorry. I have to repeat from the beginning? No? Okay.
No, it's okay because at Zoom the sound was okay. So it's
okay. So
only,
you
was
heard
only
about
in here in the
So
hall.
I didn't speak. Okay. So I'm sorry. I'm used to touch things. So experiment. We have a room that is devoted, I was saying, to research with multiple ISO centers. There are different. There are different experimental programs that are dealing with radiobiology, animal studies, because nearby the university have an animal house, medical physics, and also material science, because industry is interested also to radiation hardness experiment with these kind of beams. And let me use now the last minutes of my presentation in order to show that 3 years ago we spoke with the Minister of Health in Italy asking for extra money for improving the facility, because this kind of facility you need to think that they are in continuous evolution. You need to leave a space, for example, to add other parts, but also to continuously invest in research, because is not finished, never finished, because you need to improve the technologies in order to be able to treat more patients. So this is the present situation of CNAO, and we are going to introduce in a couple of years from now. We have already started the construction, and is going to end next year with mainly 3 parts: an high technology part in yellow, a research area devoted to research in pink, and in blue, new spaces for people and also for labs. What are we going to introduce? First of all, a third ion source, an ion source that will supply different ion species with respect to proton and carbon ions that are the present particles that we use, because there are possibility to use more ions to be more effective in treatment and research. So helium, for example, is very interesting, but also oxygen, going to iron for some space research activities. This is going to be completed by the end of this year, and this is done in collaboration with INFN. This is a map of the underground level of CNAO, and you see the 3 treatment rooms and the experimental room. These are the preparation areas of the patient, and now we are going to introduce 3 other treatment rooms, one with protons in yellow and 2 with BNCT. I will tell you in a moment what's that. So first of all, new proton therapy facility. So beside the existing synchrotron, we are going to have a new machine fully devoted to proton therapy with a gantry for protons, 360-degree gantry. We are willing to have a large treatment field size in order to treat in particular pediatrics, because to have a large field size, you can aim to treat in one go big areas, like for example for medulloblastoma treatments. This has been the issue of a public tender that was held in 2019, and we signed a contract in 2019. This is a nice picture of this facility. The small synchrotron, this is 6 meters in diameter, the gantry in the top, bottom left, and inside the treatment room in the bottom right part. Then the last part, but not less important than the other, we want to introduce a new modality. It's not really new, but is new in the fact that nowadays exist accelerators capable of producing neutron beams of sufficient intensity to activate this process. Which is the process? The process consists in injecting into the patient a molecule that is carrying with it a boron 10 atom. And if you are able to fix the boron 10 on the tumor cells, sparing the healthy tissues around, and you irradiate that area with neutrons, you activate a process, a fission process, that explode the boron 10 and create a local deposition of energy that kill the tumor cell. In principle, you have a capability of treating metastatized tumors, even if you don't see the tumor cell. So the idea here is to have the possibility really to make a step also in treating those tumors that are, roughly speaking, 30% of all the tumors that nowadays have no possibility to be treated because they are metastatized. To allow the creation of neutron fluxes, we have a partnership with a US company that is going to install a tandem accelerator. This is the accelerator. This tube here is, roughly speaking, a couple of meters by 4 meters in height, and this is producing proton beam, low energy, only 2.5 MeV, but big intensity, so that when they are impinging on a target, they produce a flux of neutrons that activate the process. So, to conclude, I'm here to say that CNAO is ready and willing to continue sharing and collaborating with SEEIST. This is really an honor for me to be here and a pleasure. I want to insist on the fact that E3+ is a resource also for you. Please use it. It's an important existing and real activity message. And then I thank you for the attention.
Sandro, thank you very much for the excellent and interesting talk. So I would like, first of all, once more to stress what was mentioned by Sandro. We have excellent possibility to start the formation of this local community, creation of capacity in the field of hadron therapy, sending our people to work and to make common research at the leading in Europe centers. So we have 5 centers actually included in this project, I think. This is CNAO, Marburg, HIT, and Metastron, and as well GSI. So please inform, just enter the page of the project, inform your communities. There is an excellent possibility to start a common research. Questions? Jota.
Yes, thank you for a very nice presentation. We have discussed this question together, but I would like to ask it here publicly. You are setting up a proton therapy center, and we know also in Heidelberg they want to set up a proton therapy center starting from ion therapy center. Would you elaborate a little bit on the reasons that brought you to that?
Yes, I don't know if the reasons are the same in Italy and Germany. I will tell the reason in Italy, let's say, in my project. We started with a facility that was mainly focused on the production of carbon ions. And basically, to save money at the time, we concentrated on fixed beam lines. So we had basically horizontal and vertical beam line, as I showed in the picture. So nowadays, I would say that with the fixed beam lines, you are still giving the top quality treatment with carbon ions, because carbon ions have an additional capability that is linked to the quality of the radiobiology of the carbon ions. So you are efficient in killing the tumors, you are very precise, you are efficient in saving the healthy tissues around. Still, also with carbon ions, you need some complexity in the treatment setup in order to, let's say, to surpass the fact that you don't have the gantry. But a gantry for carbon ions is today, I would say, a matter of research. That's why, for example, in I3+, we have a work package that is led by Maurizio that is dealing with new technologies for carbon ion gantry. And so there, I think, at the time was the right choice not to introduce a gantry for carbon ions. So the proton is in our facility somehow a byproduct. You have a machine for carbon. Of course, you have also protons, because if you add a source, as we have done, you have also proton therapy. So at the beginning, we understood that it was not the top quality because the gantry was not there for protons, but still we were able to treat patients. Now we understand that not having a gantry for protons is an issue. So you are not performing the top class treatment with protons. And that's why we decided at a certain moment to introduce and to make this effort in order to introduce a facility fully dedicated to proton therapy with gantry. Of course, it's also important to underline that in the last 10 years, the perspective of the cost of this facility changed dramatically in the good direction, because many facilities wanted to have a gantry, so single room facilities came up. If you go back to 20 years ago, you had a big infrastructure with many gantries and accelerators serving many areas, and then soon the vendors realized that it was interesting to make smaller, compact size facilities, the so-called single room facility for proton therapy, and that's what happened. So nowadays, if you have a moderate investment, you can think to introduce in a hospital a facility for proton therapy with the gantry, and that's what we did basically.
Thank you, Sandro. Other very fast questions, because we are a little bit late. I don't see. Thank you very much again. Now, the next talk will be devoted to the treatment accelerator design studies. As I already mentioned, it's very important that we are working together in very close collaboration with CERN. So, Maurizio, please.
Okay, good morning. Yes, I'm Maurizio Vreitner from CERN, where I am in charge of a study for new technologies for ion therapy. And we have a collaboration since many years with SEEIIST, and we contribute to the accelerator design studies for SEEIIST. So basically, I will start from the point where I was in Bern at our last SEEIIST meeting, showing this one, which is the reference conceptual design of the SEEIIST facility. So this has been shown already before by Professor Litov. What I want to comment here is that this is a good, we believe, a good blend of innovation and being conservative on the other side, because this accelerator facility has many innovative features, so higher intensity to treat faster and more patients, flexible extractions for new innovative ways of treating the patient, equipped with the opportunity, if needed, to also to produce radioisotopes in parallel with the operation, but at the same time, it is conservative. It is based on the same synchrotron design as CNAO, which is proven. It's something that can be built relatively simply. And as on top of that, there are some specific features for the SEEIST, so we have particular attention to the environmental strategy, to the power consumption of the facility, and there is the idea of the multi-hub facility, as was already presented by Professor Litov. Okay, so what we have done since September was not too much, because we are wrapping up and disseminating the outcome of the original contract with the European Commission, the so-called DLR contract, that finished last year. We are working now entirely in HE3+, so the project has been just introduced by Sandro Rossi, and we continue the collaboration between CERN and HE3+ and SEEIST on the design of some of the components of the accelerator. We have a major issue, which is personnel, manpower, because we were working with two expert colleagues that were paid by SEEIST through the first DLR contract and then via HE3+. And then what happened at the end of last year is that one left because he has found a permanent position somewhere else, and the other went to 50%. Has found another position 50. So all of a sudden we have lost 3/4 of the personnel that was working actually for SEEIST. And now this is actually an issue, and you will see that in what I will present today, there is a really very little contribution from SEEIST. And this personnel was also very useful because they were training, they could train young experts coming from the region. So this is actually an issue that really we have to address, how we can really, if we want to build capacity, we also need expert personnel to support this capacity building. Yes. Okay, very quickly, I want just to show you some results of an analysis that we made of power consumption, because already since years we are very, very careful in designing accelerators that have reduced the power, to try to reduce the need of electricity for a new facility. And now in the last month, this really appeared as a very, very urgent priority. So we have, this is the last study that was paid with the old DLR contract, electricity consumption. So you see that we compare the electricity consumption of different facilities, starting from now, 350 kilowatts overall. We have seen that despite the innovative components of SEEIST, which is more powerful, we could, with in some ways, remain the same level of power consumption. We have seen that even if we go to a superconducting layout, unfortunately, we don't gain much in power consumption, but we have identified technologies where we can really work to reduce and to gain another 20% maybe in power. So it's very tricky, it's a complicated exercise, and there is no magic really way of reducing the power consumption. We will always remain between 300 and 350 kilowatt for this facility. Then we have been working on the design of a dual mode injector, producing radioisotopes and injecting into the synchrotron. On this one, we are just starting to work with the help of a doctoral student from Montenegro, who is working with us. And at the moment we are getting some initial results. This is an interesting recent development, is a carbon ion gantry. So Sandro Rossi showed before the problems of the importance of a gantry for carbon. To have a small and of reasonable size gantry for carbon, you have to use superconductivity. And this is a scheme using superconducting magnets that is being developed now by a collaboration outside of SEEIST, so between INFN, CNAO, CERN, and MedAustron, and then as a small component by HE3+, that has a small component by SEEIST. So this is very interesting, very important, I would say an essential feature for any future ion therapy facility, including for SEEIST. It's a pity that really the contribution of SEEIST is really minimum into this design, because also at the end the intellectual property of this design really will be somewhere else, and SEEIST cannot claim to more than a little fraction of the intellectual property of this design. But you see it's very promising. You see the size of the machine as compared to the patient. Okay, So for the synchrotron design, we have, this is what is being done by the 50% person who still works for SEEIST. So this is where we have some progress in the design of components for the synchrotron, in particular injection and extraction from the synchrotron. And we are also analyzing a superconducting option. You see the difference in size at the same scale between a normal conducting and the superconducting. The point about the superconducting design is that this could be an option in case the time for setting up, organizing the construction of SEEIST takes longer than foreseen. So this is what you see behind me is the original, the old planning that was done for at the time of the submission of the S3 proposal in 2020. Yes, 2019, 2020, and at a certain moment you see a milestone that was selection of technology that was foreseen in selection of technology, I think, 2023. Now all this has been shifted in the future by probably a couple of years, and the point about considering a small, very compact, superconducting version of the synchrotron is that at a certain moment, so is that now in HE3+, we are starting the design of superconducting magnets. Basically, a development is done by INFA in Italy, and in 3 years from now, we will have the first prototypes of superconducting magnets. If this development is successful, then application of superconductivity to an ion therapy machine could be considered for projects like SEEIST. This is also something that I wanted to show you because it's a discussion that I know is going on between SEEIST Steering Committee and the SEEIST Association. This was already mentioned by Professor Litto, the fact that for accelerator projects, we usually start from a conceptual design report, and basically a conceptual design of the facility, of the SEEIST facility, is already there, is what I have shown before. Then the next step will be a technical definition to come to a technical design report that usually is used for approval. And in this stage, SEEIST really has to go deeply into a technical definition of the project from the conceptual design report that has been already defined to be ready to prepare for a construction. Okay, so this slide is very technical, but I wanted to pass you also some message on possible European projects to support SEEIST. It is also making reference to recent discussions with the European Commission about possible ways of supporting SEEIST in the next years. Basically, there are 2 types of European projects that can be used to support a project like SEEIST. There are research and innovation actions, like HE3+, that was mentioned before, that is already ongoing, and there are coordination and support actions. So recently, we have applied, as CERN, we have helped in the submission of 2 coordination and support actions. One was Ion to app for production of initial production, for the initial stage of beam production for this kind of facility, together with Bosnia and Herzegovina. This submission was not successful. There was too much competition. It was a special call for support to Western Balkans, and it was not successful, despite the high quality of the proposal, I would say. Now we have tried again another submission, Stronger for Cancer, that is a coordination and support action, this time with Greece, and with looking at option for producing radioisotopes in parallel with cancer treatment. This is now under evaluation. It's been submitted in January. The results should be known in June. But again, I know it is a very competitive call. I'm not very optimistic, and somehow. But again, also the content of this proposal was very good, and if it is not going to be successful, we have to find a way together how we can really keep this work going, even without this project. But all this is very difficult. The calls are very competitive, and our project is very multidisciplinary. So what is very nice is that what we are doing is between physics, biology, and medicine. The problem is that we don't fit neither in biology, neither in physics, neither in medicine. And so always projects that are more focused on the different disciplines, they are more successful than we are. So somehow we have to find a way also to promote our project, which is very multidisciplinary in a difficult environment. For the future, again, I believe that capacity building is one of the main priorities for SEEIST. And this is why I think that we should insist to go in the direction of coordination and support actions with a strong innovation content. But this is the kind of projects where we can also contribute. Instead, really a message that I have to pass is that at the moment we don't have the resources to embark into a new research and innovation action like E3+. Really, we don't have the people to do a new project like E3+. So we can think to a new strong technical project at the end of E3+, which is going to come in about 3 years or towards the end, so in a couple of years. But at the moment, this is really not so something that we cannot do. And also we had some discussions in a committee where I am a member that coordinates submissions of EU proposals for accelerators. And also here the recommendation is to decouple somehow the technical development that should be done, it should be Europe-wide and focused on accelerator technologies, to decouple the technological development from the support and the capacity building that is specific for SEEIST. And this, I think, is the way for new European projects to go to coordination and support actions. And somehow maybe to revive the two proposals that we already made in the last months. Okay, now I'm coming to the conclusion of my presentation. And when I was looking at how I can finish my presentation today, I was looking at the slides that I made for the Budva meeting in September 19, was 2.5 years ago, and I've seen that basically the conclusions are the same. So I decided to recycle and do the same conclusions. And really, to stress, on the first slide, this slide I was stressing that the role of CERN and of other European institutions is to help in building capacity. This, I think, should be our main goal, and this is to help you to develop an ecosystem that can support SEEIST construction and contribute in the region, the competencies. So this accelerator you see is 250 million euros project. So it's a big beast, it's a big accelerator, it's a big center where you need quite a lot of competent people. It's true that they don't have many in the region, as Professor Litov said, but you have to grow them in the region. And I think that the intellectual qualities are there, the good people is there. The point is that they have to start working with us and learning, and they will be the one who will build and finally operate the facility. So the message, I believe, is still valid. At the time we were thinking to submit a design study, HITRI, that was not successful because among the other reasons was somehow considered too political by the European Commission. So this is why we went to HITRI+, that is a more technical and wide project that was successful. We have to, at the time we were foreseeing, you see, in April 2020, a SEEIST Meet Industry meeting. This we could not do because of COVID, and unfortunately COVID stopped all this process of approaching local industry. And this is, I think, something that we have to restart. So we are ready to help to support in this way, but we have also to involve local industry. And there are competencies, I mean, there are small industries that could really already from the beginning get somehow involved and participate in this activity, maybe with the help of European projects, because European projects are very happy when you can involve local industry. And then my last slide is that, okay, again, capacity building is the key point. I'm glad that all the next presentations today I've seen are on capacity building, so this is the key point to address. And at the time, what I said is that, what is important, that we don't go to the region, we plant a tree that has been just prepared before in the Western Europe. We have to grow a tree, because only in this way the tree will be stronger, will stay there forever. And this, I think, is one of the important points that we have now to work at, is capacity building. And on this, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So now I can speak, okay, without echo. Thank you very much, Mauricio, and especially thank you very much for the advices which we gave to us, and we will take into account them definitely. So, questions to Mauricio? I don't see any.
Yes.
Ah,
Yes,
sorry. Okay. Please go first.
Was a very informative, excellent talk. Thank you so much. I have a very critical question regarding the advances you mentioned about superconducting components. Can you give us a figure how much this will decrease the costs in building a facility, if? Because it certainly can be smaller, more compact, but the fact that you are using superconductivity increases your basic infrastructure, your basic investment. Is that correct or not? No?
No. The point why we explore superconductivity is that because it is less expensive. The accelerator itself is about 20% less expensive, and then on top of that, you save on civil engineering because of the size of the building. And this is really, it's an advantage for the construction.
Certainly. I'm just asking this because some years ago, superconductivity was not really the solution for decreasing the costs. And I mean, I just ask this because, please don't laugh, I was visiting recently a meeting on laser-driven neutron sources. They're supposed to be compact, but you know, the backyard to have the laser is really huge.
Yes.
That's why. It's very interesting, really.
No, and on top of that also, nowadays, I mean, at CERN we have 27 kilometers of superconducting magnets, and really we are very happy with them, not only for the cost, but also for the reliability. So nowadays, really, a superconducting system is very stable, very reliable, and also industry is making a big effort in making new simple systems, cryocoolers for production of superconductivity. And inside, so this is done inside HITRI Plus and inside another European project, this development, and we have involved 4 companies that are already working with us for the development of the magnets. And the goal is to develop new, smaller, curved superconducting magnets that can be used not only by ion therapy like SEEIST, but also by research accelerators of new design.
We would be very happy if you could come to Vienna
and again, the demonstrators, the first magnets, prototypes should be ready in 3 years from now and under test. So, thank you.
And just to add something, oh, thank you. And just to add probably it's much better.
Another microphone, probably.
No. Okay, it seems okay now. So just to add something, in any case, you are going to build the infrastructure for the superconducting magnets, because we plan to have a gantry, and to build a carbon ion gantry, for example, definitely it should be superconducting one. So it's synchronized with the accelerator.
Yes, I have a question concerning the, you said that for capacity building in Southeastern Europe, only Greece is a member of CERN, as far as I understood, from the region. What is the main obstacle for not having a, let's say, deeper and larger cooperation with CERN? Is it due to the politics of CERN, due to the membership fee, or?
The region, I think, members of CERN are Greece and Bulgaria. Yes, those are officially members.
And also associated members are Slovenia and Croatia.
Yes.
And Serbia is full member.
Exactly. So, and all of them, they have an easy access to CERN, and on the other hand, with non-associate non-member states, we can make collaboration agreements that we are ready to do, as we did for SEEIST. We have collaboration agreements with other countries. So for us, I mean, we are open, but we need really an access to a technical counterpart in the countries. And at the moment, it is working well with Greece because there is a good contact with the University of the Aristoteles University of Thessaloniki, and is working well with Bosnia and Herzegovina because we have a contact with the University of Sarajevo, and we are happy to work with other universities. So it's and other research centers that are willing to work with us in this direction.
And the politics of CERN is just the opposite. CERN is trying to attract practically all countries from the region to become either associated or full members of the organization. So it's...
Thank you, Leander. I also would like to thank Maurizio for the very interesting presentation. And I have just a point on the conclusion, Maurizio, because you said at the end that you come back to the same conclusion as in Budva, and it's true that capacity building is very important in the region, and that the idea is not to bring a tree there, but to let the tree grow there. So it's a very nice image. And you said also that HIFRI was not successful because it was too political. So I really didn't get this point, because 2 weeks ago we were at the European Commission also with Leander, and actually the message that we got from DGNIR is that this project is relevant for the region, and that we have to highlight also that politically it's a very important project, as it was said before, also for the brain drain and the brain gain. So I really didn't get this point. Maybe if you can explain better.
Thank you for this question, because it's a critical point, actually. So it all depends on the structure of the European Commission. I believe that also to me it's sometimes a kind of a mystery how the European Commission works. But our interlocutor for this kind of projects is the Unit on Research Infrastructures. So we are presenting the SEEIST as a research infrastructure first, not something to treat patients. So this is the key point. And they have a well-defined pipeline for supporting new research infrastructures in Europe that somehow doesn't fit very well with the SEEIST, that is in between medicine and physics, and that is very, they show that they don't want to have too much political pressure while following this pipeline. And so this is one of the comments that I have received from the people of the research infrastructure at the time, is that the first submission of HITRI was too politically oriented for support to the region, and so was not well evaluated technically. Yes, but then this was by the head of the unit that was there 2 years ago, and now they've changed twice since that person, so I don't know what is the situation now.
There is a question from Bordry.
It is on Zoom, from Zoom, yes.
Can I speak? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, and sorry not to be with you. I have a question to Maurizio. You spoke, I think, about consumption, power consumption. I think that will be crucial for any new project. But we spoke about kilowatt. I think we have to speak about kilowatt hours. And it was a question linked to the previous one of superconductivity. I think if you have to evaluate the superconducting magnet, you have to evaluate also in terms of consumption. So to say, when you have a superconducting accelerator, you have to keep superconducting always. And we have a Rubin consumption. It will be interesting also to evaluate the consumption of superconducting magnets with normal magnets in terms of kilowatt per hours, and now to look at also for this project the type, what is the consumption and when we are doing the consumption, because it will be a crucial thing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Freddy.
Hello, Freddy. Nice to hear your voice from far away. Actually, this is what we did in our work. We compare the power consumption of normal conducting and superconducting magnets, and the conclusion is that it's about the same. So we were hoping to save the superconducting magnets, but what we have discovered is that the operation time of this type of machines is actually very low. Because if you count the time to switch between one patient and the other, preparation of patients, the actual time when the beam is in the machine is relatively low. While if you have a superconducting machine, you have to keep it cold all time. So, okay, but on the other hand, also the good news is that it is not worse either, the consumption of the superconducting magnets. but there is a nice study, and we are now preparing a paper on that.
Thank you, very good point.
Also, please.
Okay, this is not directly to Mauricio, but to all of the stakeholders that they can contribute to capacity building. There was a call once that we applied to, and we had that treasure application. The treasure was the acronym, and that was a good application, evaluated, very, very, very good, but not sufficiently to be funded. Yes, we have to find a call which is corresponding to this similar program that was at that time. So I haven't seen any, but we have to carefully watch and find a call which can absorb like 12 or 20 doctoral students to be educated by our leading scientists in the project and come back with a doctoral diploma and contribute to the region to develop this project. So let us go for looking for such a call, because these calls are more appropriate than twinning calls. Twinning calls are involving a limited number of countries, and we are entire region that has to be covered. And there should be a justice between the countries from the beginning, because we need to trust this project. So we have to choose students from every country on the Balkans and put them to Mauricio, to CNAO, to be educated and get their doctoral diplomas. So please try to build up a mentorship capacity in CERN and Sandro in CNAO to accept students as soon as we have a call, so we can apply and increase our human capacities for the region. So that was my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? I don't see. Thank you, Maurizio, once more. And now, happily, we survived till the coffee break. But because we are a little bit late with time, so my proposal is to have only 15 minutes coffee break. So let us resume 10 minutes after 12 our work. Please take your seats. We are starting the meeting. I was just looking for the next speaker. Okay, let us continue our meeting. But first of all, so there is a proposal to make a photo. So somewhere in front, please go there and let us make the photo, and then we will continue. Now we are ready really to continue our work. As you know, and it was mentioned already, we have also the support of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and actually the next talk is coming from there. So, Sotiros, please, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Is it too loud? No. Okay. No, I will try to be on the side.
You should get closer to the mic.
Okay, good. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, I would like to start this presentation by first thanking some colleagues here, Professor Litov, Iota Foka, and President Zikas for this invitation. I'm really happy to be with you, and I'm double happy because it's my hometown, and this is an exciting meeting for me also for this reason. We were discussing a lot in the previous hours about capacity and the necessity of having capacity activities for SEEIST. And from my side, I would like to present you a few slides on the role that the International Atomic Energy Agency has in building capacity through technical cooperation projects. As you will see, SEEIST is actually the beneficiary of a technical cooperation project of the IAEA. I know that many people are not aware of what IAEA is, so that's why allow me please to give you the profile and some information about the agency. So the agency is actually an autonomous international organization belonging to the United Nations. In that sense, the IAEA deals with all countries in the world, except of a couple of those, and it is the platform where you can disseminate knowledge, you can disseminate information, and you can respond from all over the world. So the headquarters of the IAEA is in Vienna. Currently, there are 173 member states. We are something like 2,500 plus people working there. And the IAEA has also laboratories in Cybersdorf, a small town outside Vienna, the famous Monaco laboratories for marine research. And there are, of course, regional offices in Toronto, Tokyo, New York, and so on. Now, the mission of the IAEA is clear. It was defined some decades ago. And the first thing is the IAEA is obliged to assist member states in planning and using nuclear technologies for various peaceful purposes. It is clear. This is number one. The next one is that we are obliged to facilitate transfer of knowledge in a sustainable manner to all member states. I underline in sustainable manner because this means that the IAEA is not really funding R&D as such, but has mechanisms to develop technologies, to make them established technologies, and then disseminates the knowledge what is gained out of it to its member states. There is, of course, a very specific task for the IAEA is to guarantee safety and security in all nuclear installations and take measures to promote protection of humans against ionizing radiation. This is... Yeah, sorry. I thought I was too loud. That's why. Okay. I also need to see what I'm talking about. That's why. So anyway, and of course everybody knows that the IAEA is the police across the world about proliferation of nuclear weapons and so on. So the IAEA is actually obliged to verify through inspection system that states comply with their commitments to use nuclear material and facilities only for peaceful purposes. I think this is actually the main, maybe let's say the most known activity of the IAEA, making all the inspections in different countries. So the structure of the IAEA, a few words. There are 6 departments, and apart from the Department of Management, I hope I will find the laser here. Well, no, that wasn't clever. Okay, apart from the Management Department, there is the Safeguards Department, Nuclear Safety and Security, Nuclear Energy, Nuclear Sciences and Applications, where I'm coming from. Okay. Yes. Okay. So I hope we're now fine. And there is, of course, one department called Technical Cooperation, which is very relevant for our discussion later. Now, if you want somebody, if the talks will be distributed, then you can find here a nice link where you can read a bit more about this. Actually, the main areas of work of the IAEA is science and technology, safeguards and verification, and safety and security. So we will limit ourselves to this area of work, science and technology. And what are the actually the programs that are running and their relevance to human, to society and development? There are measures and actions that addressing sustainable agricultural development, food security and nutrition, cancer diagnosis and treatment modalities, clean water for the member states, protecting the environment, and providing expertise for industrial applications. Amazingly, in almost all these fields, accelerators get into that. And it is very, very encouraging for us to see a project also like SEEIST dealing with accelerators. Now, what is a technical cooperation? What is a technical cooperation program? This is actually the main activity of the technical cooperation department. So the TC program, the technical cooperation program, is the major mechanism to transfer knowledge to member states. Okay? This modality should address key development priorities in areas like health and nutrition, food and agriculture, water and environment, industrial applications, and so on. The TC programs are based on projects that can be national, regional, or interregional. It's clear what is a national program. It is driven by the needs of one country. Regional are projects that are of interest for more than one country, like SEEIST, for example, and interregional is when we are dealing with at least two continents. Now, there are some key principles for TC projects. They have to contribute to development goals, so you cannot ask for implementing a TC project if if it doesn't have a development character, simply talking not a basic research, for example. They have to match the needs of the member states. The TC projects have to comply with safety and security rules of the IAEA. For example, you cannot build a laboratory with radiation that is not securing safety for the personnel. The member state that is running the project should accept the ownership, which means actually to be responsible also for its implementation. And of course, the projects have also to be transparent to the to international community. Now, what are the main modalities to run a TC project? There are 4 of those. The first thing is measures for capacity building, measures for networking, measures for knowledge sharing, and partnership building. I have the impression they all match to the needs of the SEEIST from what I heard before. So, and these are implemented through fellowships, scientific visits, equipment and materials purchase, training courses and workshops, conferences and symposia, and expert assistance. I don't want to go through the details of this figure here, but just to give you the feeling how a TC project is set up and how it runs. First of all, you have to prepare this. You have to consult with the IAEA, with your community and so on, and it takes about 2 years to prepare the project. In the case of SEEIST, that happened between 2018 and 2019, because the corresponding regional project, as you will see, started in 2020. So, you have the 2-year design process, and then you have the implementation, and theoretically, a TC project can run for many, many years, but we say that in the first place, 4 years are enough, because you have to evaluate, see what are the outcomes, and so on. So anyway, a project can run easily up to 4 years in the first place. So, my experience with SEEIST, it was in January 2018 when this forum on new international research facilities in Southeast Europe was organized by Dr. Sasa Damjanovic, at that time Minister of Science of Montenegro. It was held in Trieste, in Italy, at the ICTP. There were many people there, and during the event, the IAEA was asked to support capacity building measures, and the IAEA immediately granted $500,000 for this purpose. And I don't know if you can see it, but here is the distribution across the years. It's almost something like, 500 million. 500 million. Sorry, that is too much. That is too much. I'm just getting dizzy with zeros. Okay, it's $500,000. Anyway, so this is the TC project with the code RER 6039. This project is administratively coordinated by my colleague Mayumi Yamamoto, and I am the scientific technical officer, which means I'm dealing with all the evaluations, with all the, let's say, scientific aspects, technical aspects of the project. And I'm really glad to be with you because I need also your feedback during this meeting for that project. Okay. When you are running a TC project, there is a special methodology to coordinate and implement the project. We call it the logical framework approximation model, which is actually very similar. It is the basis of the management methodology that also the EC is following, but it has a different name. And this model was developed by the United Nations to coordinate technical assistance to developing countries to its member states. So anyway, I'm not going to, to demonstrate how this operates, but for every technical project, we have the outcome. What do we expect for this project? And as you will see here, for the case of SEEIST, the outcome should be the critical mass to create critical mass for construction and operation of the hadron therapy facility, okay? These are the indicators, how you will check if this is true. You can read this, I don't want to go into details, but for example, I just want to mention one. An indicator that this was achieved is to have the engineers and scientists trained for that purpose. And how you verify this is actually reports, these are meeting minutes and so on. And there are some assumptions which seems to be very crucial for the successful implementation of your project. In this case, the major assumptions for the case of the Southeast, the SEEIST project, is to have political and economical situation in the region to assure for proper functioning of the healthcare system in the participating member states, and to have support the national programs on cancer treatment and so on, which indirectly means the project should have the support of the political and the economical authorities, bodies in the region, okay? I will go then to the directly lower level of management, which are the outputs, okay, of the project. What do we really expect to have tangible after some time? And this is, in that case, to have qualified staff ready to construct and operate, to improve the knowledge among the stakeholders about this modality, and to have knowledge transferred to the research community. These are again the indicators, the means of verification, for example, training certificates, project reports, and so on. And we go further, and these are the activities. So what should really be done in everyday life to proceed with the project, to evolve? We have to have training activities on engineering and medical physics aspects for the hadron therapy facility. We have training on knowledge of technologies and so on. And here there is a very important assumption that there is interest and commitment by the stakeholders of the project. In praxis, for the SEEIST project, we have following for the activities. What was planned and what is actually in the formal document of the project for the moment. In 2020, we were supposed to have financed 2 fellowships and 1 scientific visit, a group visit. Okay? In 2021, we have another fellowship. Initially, there was also a discussion about a 4th fellowship, but because of the topic, it was rejected. But we could think, when we discuss about this, if we can, think some other measures to continue that. In 2021, there was supposed to be also a workshop. 2022, a group scientific visit. 2023, another visit, 2 more visits and 2 more workshops. Okay? So you see the distribution across the years. Now, what is now the current situation? Fellowship on accelerator aspects. The host institution, according to the program, is CERN. And we have 2 topics for this training that actually engineering aspects mostly, okay? Training in beam transport design, training in magnet design, and there is a 3rd fellowship on dedicated range modulators for fast irradiation of mobile targets and GSI in Germany. As I said before, I'm dealing with this from the scientific and the technical evaluation side. What we have so far, we received 3 applications, okay? The first application came from a colleague, Ms. Dimitrova from Bulgaria, on topic 3, to go to GSI. I had the pleasure to evaluate and approve the application, but maybe because of COVID-19 conditions, Ms. Dimitrova withdrew her interest to go there. So from my side, I can say that this is a fellowship to be announced as soon as possible by the counterpart, which I think is Montenegro solely. Okay? I had also a second application from Albania, from Mr. Niko Hika. It was very unpleasant to reject his application because his profile as a medical physicist was, somehow not the proper one to deal with accelerator aspects, with engineering aspects. Okay? And we have a 3rd applicant, Mr. Milos Manolovic from Montenegro. His profile was fully matching to that, to his training goal. So he was approved. He went to CERN. I think formally the mentor was Professor Bretonar. And as far as I know, he finished that now. And in a few days from now, I will complete his final evaluation report. So recently, we received a communication from Ms. Mila from Montenegro that there is a case of a candidate from Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we are waiting to see how it will evolve in the coming, let's say, months. But please keep in mind that internally we have some deadlines at the IAEA, and this deadline is about to be May 2022. Okay? So then, about the current status on workshops, okay? So we had recent suggestions received for changes in the program by Minerva and some other colleague to do following. The workshop that was not held in 2021, to cancel this workshop and use the budget for SEEIST working group workshops and meetings. Also, the two other workshops, which are pending actually, the proposal was to decrease the budget down to 20,000, and what is remaining to shift this to workshops of the working groups, okay? This request came very formally to the IAEA, so we have to decide very formally on that, and this is what we think. So the budget that is, is gained from this decrease of workshop budgets supposed to support meetings of 3 working groups, 1, 2, and 3. So what the first one has to do with HITRI Plus trainings. So here we are not actually negative to do this change, but there are some technical questions. For example, are the participants going to pay participation fees? This is very important because if you support a project through finances, IAA finances, fees are not allowed, okay? Or what is the target audience? Who will select the IAA-funded participants? This sounds a bit technical and maybe for some people not so relevant looking forward into the goal of the SEEIST, but if you want to have the, let's say, the support, the real support, you have to define these conditions. Now, concerning the meetings of the working group 1 and 2, that have to do with the hub on green energy, the formation of IT hub, from the wording that we received, that also mentioning that these working groups will get together to prepare bidding projects for the EC, this is not foreseen within the program constraints by the IAEA. So it was very difficult for us, but we thought we cannot support this change. However, after some discussion, and I explained my colleagues that at least the last one, the working group 3, that has to do with imaging, it took us some discussion, and then I said to my colleagues, look, it has to do with imaging devices. At Cyberstore we have imaging activities, so I don't think it's too far away. And I was really happy that this was accepted. So we would be really thinking of helping in that respect. So anyway, this is the situation with the technical project of SEEIST. From the experience I gained all these years, I think what is missing is an intense communication with us. I mean, I heard a lot of advances, a lot of nice steps that SEEIST took already, and we are not aware of this, and not only aware informally, this somehow has to be formally communicated to the IAEA. The IAEA, we have we are enthusiastic to support such a project because, in contrary to the evaluation mentioned by the European Commission, it is a political project, and the IAEA is really a UN organization, and politics play a big role. This is one thing. The second thing is that the structure of a TC project requires discussion on technical issues prior to submitting a formal request. And this we would be happy to work with you, if there is some question, how we would deal with this, if this is in compliance and so on, we would be happy to work on that. The third point I would like to mention is, because there was a lot of discussion, capacity building. Capacity building, you can achieve nice training activities, capacity building activities through the IAEA if we work together and prepare some nice project. And think also that the IAEA is not a European-only organization. It gives you access to North Africa, Middle East, beyond the borders of Europe. If you want to disseminate information about your plans, get partners from there that might be interested in that. You have a very nice platform, and this is the IAEA. So this is all before our presentation, and please don't hesitate to contact me if you need anything in that respect. A final comment is that I heard very nice presentations by Knau and colleagues, and we are really very much interested in working with you, with the IAEA, in setting up maybe even a center of excellence, a collaborating center in this topic. A collaborating center means that there is a memorandum of understanding, of collaboration with the IAEA for 4 years, with a specific training program, for example, and so on. I would be happy to have this discussion with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sotiris. It's really will be helpful. First of all, I should make several comments. Actually, the main reason why we do not succeed with all these young people to send them to the centers after they were selected, the reason was COVID-19, including this lady, Snezhina. She's my PhD student, actually. The reason was COVID-19. She was supposed to go to GSI for 6 months, and it was not possible because practically GSI was closed at this time. So this is the main reason. So the COVID is the main reason that we are too late with the realization of this project. So here is the first question. As I understand, actually, we are in, so it will be possible to use the full all money, actually, which are selected this project during this and the next year. Is it true?
The budget of the SEEIST TC project is under footnote A, which means is not allocated, it comes per request. So if we don't receive any request from you, the money is gone.
It's clear, okay, but
yes, I can guarantee you that if you act the soonest possible, justify, that you want to revitalize the fellowships, I would be the first to work on that. Promise you.
We are actually thinking on two things. First of all, that with these fellowships now it's really difficult from one side. From another side, probably at this stage of the project a little bit early. But what we are thinking on really to organize workshops, which will be at the starting point, actually creating capacity in the region. Actually Montenegro is responsible, is coordinating, let's put in this way, the project, and I hope that very soon we will come with some proposals, and I hope that you can help us to formulate the requests to the agency in the proper way.
Yes,
yeah,
I would be happy to help in this formulation. In the break, we had a discussion with Minerva, and the idea was, for example, organize a training workshop at now, okay? Put the people there to see and work and whatever, and we will try to do our best from our side to fund these people to come there. Okay.
Actually, we are trying now to form a group which will deal with this project, and really we will try to be more effective and to organize the work in better way.
There is a strong...
Then it was organized up to now, but really the COVID-19 was the main reason. We have also some, just to inform you, discussions inside the association board what we can do and how we can do. We are just collecting information, but now we have a very clear picture from you, and so I at least know what you should do.
I'm happy for this. I just want to say also that in this project there are colleagues that are medical physicists or doctors, personnel from the IAEA. And there is, let's say, a question that is also, I also wonder why not. They asked explicitly, if you want to mobilize the community in this region, we don't see an event where you get, let's say, doctors, oncologists together and discuss their needs. Yeah.
This
so
is the point.
You could
actually,
organize this, I mean, somewhere in let's say, Greece, Bulgaria, or whatever, all the states, all the member states of SEEIST. It would be a nice event. You could also, invite a few people from the IA to say their, their experience on that. Not necessarily a technical guy like me, and not an accelerator physicist. But anyway, this would be something, a great idea. You mobilize the community, you disseminate your plans, okay? And I think our minister sitting here will agree with that this is something that we need. I mean, to bring people together, to start thinking out of the box. There is a new, nice project, so let's do something commonly.
Just a second. Okay, and thank you very much. And concerning your proposal and the idea about the Center of Excellence, I would like to know what is the opinion, Sandro?
Collaborating center, if this is what you mean.
Yes, it's a very nice idea. What we are doing now, we are working on cooperation agreements. Up to now we have with CERN, but also we are preparing with PSI, for example, Paul Schroeder Institute in Switzerland. We didn't discuss yet, but we would like also to have this kind of cooperation agreements with the 4 centers with ion therapy as well. So, Sandro, Maurizio, what do you think about this idea? Because it really sounds quite interesting.
I think this is the way to go. I completely agree. I think that we can really be operative quite soon through ITRI+, because there are already in place the means for doing this kind of collaborations. There are resources, money, to really welcome in the 4 facilities doctors, and this, I mean, is right. We need also to see oncologists and radiotherapists around this table, because these are the first users of this facility. So through this kind of activity in ITRI+, you can really start creating the community around this project. And added to that, I think that is also possible to discuss specific agreement to train people with the different centers out of this modality of ITRI+, but under the umbrella of ITRI+, because yes, I mean, I think you need to start from postdoc and just graduated, eventually also for making PhDs. I presented a program. We are launching a PhD course with the university in Pavia, asking to the Ministry of Research for doing that. Yes, I mean, as Maurizio said, you need to grow the tree from the beginning. And let's discuss that. We can do it.
Cape Town, okay? So there are many, many opportunities, really.
If I may add,
this is a regional project, and I mean, if you imagine a national project can go, let's say, up to 400,000, for the next cycle, I would strongly advise to start thinking about this and go beyond a million. Have a nice project prepared. You have the whole region with you. So there are 10 countries. Okay? Okay, thank you.
If I may add more on the CNAO side instead of ITRI+, but is somehow also interlinked. In CNAO, as you have heard, we are building now a new infrastructure. It is also an occasion for young people, or also for more experienced people, to see and participate. And going back to their home institute then, in the region, and they will be useful for the construction of the facility, because they can see with their eyes and participate to the construction of a facility. So there are always things to learn. I mean, we ourselves, even if we have done a machine, we are now thinking to a new machine, and there is always something to learn, and can be useful also to establish, not with young but also with experienced people, maybe links in order to understand how is a real facility running, working, to better plan the future of your installation. So we are open to discuss.
Sounds very interesting. Thank you, Maurizio. Yeah.
Because actually, all is very nice, but how can we get out of an apparent contradiction in this fellowship scheme? Because on the one hand, we want to build in the region competencies that do not exist.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you well.
Yes, sorry, maybe a bit closer. On the one hand, we want to build in the region competencies that don't exist. But then, when we open a position for to train a person with these competencies, that person is refused because he does not have already those competencies. I'm referring to that fellow that was refused, actually. So it's clear that he didn't have the training required. But we wanted, nevertheless, he had a very good CV, so we were thinking that he could learn and then go back to his country with what he learned at CERN. So to me, there is a contradiction in the scheme. So we want to train people on something, but they are ready to be trained.
It's a very special problem. The case, I was having a colleague from Kabul, in Afghanistan, who was trained in Hamburg for his master. So he went back to his country, and we granted the University of Kabul some money to set up the whole, labs and so on. And suddenly, the guy disappeared. He went back to Europe. In that sense, this is an even worse case. If your project is not progressing, all the people that you will train, they will not have any chance when they will go back. Think about this. This is really a very nasty problem you may face in the future. Was it not loud? You want me to repeat this?
No, but okay, thank you.
Okay, so Tiros, I would like to ask about the counterpart. We have one single counterpart at the moment, which is Montenegro, and this is a regional project requiring all the countries to be part of this project.
Yes.
So how do we do that with the national liaison officers? Do we proceed in signing the counterparts?
Minerva, I cannot tell you 100% because this is a job for Mayumi, but it's a good question. I will check with her.
Okay, so this was my question.
Actually, there was an idea to have a meeting in Vienna some time ago, but because of COVID, with all the members.
Let's proceed with organizing this kickoff meeting, please.
Okay.
I will communicate the Montenegrin government because I was the one who was part of the team who wrote this proposal, so I will help them.
No problem. I will talk with Mayumi about this.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we are really very late already. Thank you very much once more, Styrios. We gave us extremely helpful information, and I think that we will react on all this. Okay, thank you very much. Now, because we started this topic concerning the capacity building, Jota, please, the floor is yours. Jota is going to present ongoing activities supporting the capacity building. Jota, it's your turn. Sorry. But before this, sorry, no, I was wrong. I was wrong. The first, again, the same topic, of course. Expert support for capacity building, Yanis Papafilippou from CERN. Sorry, excuse me.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot for inviting me in this meeting. I'm Yanis Papafilippou. I'm leading the Accelerator and Beam Physics Group at CERN. And I have also, my heart, if you want, is in Thessaloniki because I'm the visiting professor of the Aristotelian University of Thessaloniki, where I teach actually accelerators. And because the subject is capacity building, I will actually treat it from a bit Greek-centric perspective and through the CERN experience, okay? So a bit of history, what already you heard from my good friend Emmanuel Tsesmelis. Greece is among the 12 founding member states of CERN since almost 70 years now. It has a large, very large particle physics community. Okay, we are talking about, we always say that Greece, the particle physics research is done at CERN. We have more than 200, these are numbers from 2020, of particle physicists. 20 years ago, accelerator science if you want to accelerate, Greek science for accelerators, apart if you were going back to the books of, I don't know, about strong focusing, and you would hear a big name, Nicholas Christophilos, there was none, okay? There was none, or there were single people around the world. And what we tried to do is to bring, if you want, some knowledge as knowledge transfer of accelerator physics and technology through PhD students first, technical students, master students, and then PhD students. So we started this activity for the last 20 years, and I will just flash you a non-exhaustive list of PhD students in accelerator physics. They are coming mostly from 3 universities, but Greek, but also they are affiliated, some of them, to other universities. And the subjects are very, very variant. Of course, they are core to CERN. They are for particle physics research. They are core to the, if you want, our business. And of course, the interesting part, and we are talking about brain drain, if there was an infrastructure, an accelerator, if you want, in Greece, probably these people would have come back and helped with the design, operation, etc. of these accelerators. There was none, so they continued, most of them, their career as postdocs at CERN. The interesting part is some of them now are my colleagues, they are staff. We were the number of people, Greeks at CERN, at the accelerators sector, has grown, I would say, by a factor of 10 over the last 20 years. And now I'm talking only about these 5 among the PhDs that you see here, which are hired at CERN. There are many more that they are coming from engineering, etc., etc. So, as I said, we are dealing with our field and the projects that these people were touching, their studies. It is about the CERN injector operation and LHC injector upgrade. Actually, this is very, very close to what a medical accelerator does. We are talking about a source, we are talking about a LINAC, we are talking about ions, H- now, but before it was protons, and we are talking about a low energy synchrotron. And then, of course, because it is our business, it's collider business, we are talking about the LHC, high luminosity LHC, this compact linear collider studies that were done through these PhDs, low emittance rings, helping synchrotron light sources, future circular collider, etc. And just I flash you some highlights of their work. This is a recent PhD, Tisi Prebibai, very interesting. He's Albanian but also Greek. He's from a National Technical University of Athens initially, but now he has his PhD in Frankfurt, and he works on improving the brightness, which is the ratio between number of particles to the emittance of the booster with different techniques, either through optics correction or trying to minimize the tails of the distribution or trying to mitigate what we call space charge effects. Another example, the PhD of Sofia Kostoglu. Sofia again, a person from an electrical engineer from the National Technical University of Athens. She worked on LHC, NHLHC noise studies. One of the biggest problems that we were having, we had a question mark. The beam 1 of the LHC was different from beam 2. We couldn't understand why. Well, the solution came, or at least indications that this is the problem came from the PhD of Sofia, where we find that power converter noise could impact the beam lifetime of mainly one of the two beams. And this we did it with very, very dedicated studies where you see that beam 1, the noise, the spectrum of these power converters was entering into the beam spectrum, and it was perturbing the lifetime by limiting it by an order of, let's say, 5 over the 27 hours of lifetime that we had in the LHC. Very interesting also, PhD of Kostas. Kostas is a University of Thessaloniki student. I'm in his board for the PhD thesis with my colleagues of the particle physics laboratory here in Thessaloniki, and he's talking about electron clouds. Again, LHC, HLHC, electron cloud is a very, very difficult effect. It impacts actually not only, I mean, it can make the beam unstable, but also it can create losses. And there was a theoretical framework and a tracking code, and all the software infrastructure was built through the PhD of Kostas in order to be able actually to simulate this effect over a long time scale and being able to be predictive. So these are some nice plots where you can see the resonances that are impacting the dynamics of the particles at injections in the LHC. And the last, but not least, I flash you highlights of these PhDs that we had. It is Kyriakos. Kyriakos is from the University of Creta. He did his studies in what we call a compensation of the beam-beam effect. Colliders, you know, they cross, the beams cross. This is a very disruptive effect. You are limiting your lifetime, and you can realize that actually by putting some current-bearing DC wire, you can compensate the effect. Actually, this is something that we build a prototype right now, and we are operating in the machine. And the PhD of Kyriakos was targeting, if you want, the improvement that you could have in the luminosity, in the integrated luminosity of HLHC through this technique. So how do you, I mean, we're talking about building capacity. How do you go about, I mean, there is a lot of collaboration agreements with Greek universities. And right now I flash 3 that I'm aware of. And these are collaboration agreements which are basically signed in a very broad, let's say, range of subjects of accelerator physics and technology. And we have, of course, one with the National Technical University of Athens covering a lot of these studies, the University of Creta, and, of course, the Aristotelian University of Thessaloniki. And with this type of collaboration agreements, we can host actually students. Of course, there is always need of some budget associated to a project or covered through CERN, if it is part of our core business, which can support them. Now, what are the areas that we developed? Actually, Greek scientists at CERN, they developed an expertise in all of these areas. And okay, I'm here to, of course, testify the accelerator and beam physics part, which is the design part of the accelerator. But then we are talking about people who are working in accelerator operation right now. Even at the technical level, we have technicians actually who are doing that. Experimental areas. Of course, this was already an area that I would say it was quite well developed, because it is an area which touches very much particle physics on the secondary beam lines area. Radio frequency systems design, including low-level RF, accelerator controls, beam instrumentation and diagnostics, magnet design, cryogenics, power converters, and accelerator controls. I put it twice because it's very interesting. Sorry. So, and I just flash you two things from the expertise that Greek engineers and physicists they have right now at CERN. This is from my colleague Kostas Papastergiou, electronic power converters. You know, at CERN we operate a large number of power converters, and what is the critical part of, in particular, these power converters is that we want them extremely precise. You've heard that some of them, even if they are so precise, the noise from the network can penetrate, and we can see it in the beam of the LHC. So you can imagine that there is a very interesting research in order to even go beyond this 1 part per million, which is a very difficult, I would say, area of research to target for the precision of the power converters. And then, as I said before, this is again from my colleague Nikos Charitonidis. He was part of the PhD students actually, and he became staff at CERN. Secondary beam lines, we run a spectrum of secondary beam lines where, for fixed target experiments, where of course we hit a target and then you produce particles, and then depending on the energy, you can of course do irradiation for Atlas or LHCb, or even you see here you have argon ions for Na61, for example. I will end basically my talk by saying that, I mean, in order to build this capacity, you need to educate people, as you said. So you, of course, education can be done at CERN with all this PhD, but I believe that education should be done also locally in universities. And it started actually in Greece with undergraduate courses of accelerators, just to whet the appetite of physicists or engineers, of the audience, you know, of the young students. And again, the three that I know and were in collaborators was mainly NTUA, the School of Applied Mathematics and Physics, the Aristotelian University of Thessaloniki, and the University of Creta. But then we started also in a Master of Science course in accelerators, and I'm teaching this since 2020 at the Aristotelian University of Thessaloniki, where I get from 5 to 10 master students per year, which are mainly from the particle physics, but also applied physics, if you want, domain, and they get a full semester course, the whole 9 yards of accelerators. We were thinking even to have an accelerator laboratory with a colleague on beam instrumentation. Unfortunately, COVID made the situation very difficult, but I can tell you this can be done. So, and of course, the other part of CERN, I used to be actually part of the coordinators of the CERN Accelerator School, and of the organizers, and we had a school in Chios, an intermediate one. A lot of students from Greece participated in that school back in 10 years ago. Nice photos in front of the beach or of the sea. And then we had a later one, not a long time ago, in Thessaloniki, an advanced course. And then, of course, we had a lot of other possibilities to send students. There is the joint, there is USPAS, of course. Now USPAS, by the way, you can do it online. United States Particle Accelerator School. Linear collider schools, we sent very targeted to, again, our business for linear colliders. JUAS, actually there was even a CERN accelerator school on medical accelerators back in 2015 in Austria. Why not try to get another one? Covered by, let's say, initiated by this community here, and in particular located in the Balkans. So the summary, it was just to tell you that it is step by step. It does not come from day one, but for the last 2 decades we tried to build a critical mass of Greek accelerator scientists in a large spectrum of expertise in beam physics, design and technology. And basically, I believe that this is a very solid base, if you want, in order to support targeted studies for the design of a hadron cancer therapy center like the one that we are discussing here. And this is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, question, comments? I don't see any. Thank you very much again. A very interesting talk. I have a short question. So, out of all these young people which we succeeded to train, how many of them are really in Greece back?
Well, we were talking about brain drain, and
yes,
I think that I mentioned it. Most of them stayed abroad, and actually not even in the accelerator field, because at a certain point you are so well trained in subjects of engineering or, for example, advanced, we are talking about machine learning, artificial intelligence. We have competitors, in the market right now, in particular if you get trained in this type of fields. So actually none of them, to my knowledge, came back to Greece. Probably we have a couple of them who made some spin-off companies in Greece, in particular on magnet design. This is the only, at least to my knowledge, this is the unique, if you want, example of Greeks who came back to Greece and made a small company, like a spin-off of their studies at CERN. Most of them stayed abroad. And I repeat, they stay abroad because there is no infrastructure to absorb them. And this is the important point for me. This is the key point.
Yes, yeah, thank you. So, any other? I don't see. So, Jota, now it is really your turn. Actually, continuing on the same subject.
In the interest of time, I will try to briefly outline some activities in support of capacity building. And of course, it is not meant to be an exhaustive list of all SEEIST-related activities. Rather, are some activities that I'm personally involved, and I should say even initiated, complementary and coordination with HITRI+. So I will start with the particle therapy masterclass, and I will give some details because several people have asked me for that. And then I will flash a couple of slides, a new laboratory based on ion source, training of students, the SEEIST Meets Industry workshop, information events for scientific and in particular medical communities, and radioisotope production exploratory project. So introducing myself, I graduated here at the University of Thessaloniki, and I work for GSI, the German Heavy Ion Research Center in Germany, close to Frankfurt, where actually carbon ion therapy was pioneered in Europe in the 90s. And from there it was implemented in the clinics, first in Heidelberg and then in Marburg. I was always delegated at CERN, and I worked as a heavy ion a physicist, mostly with the heavy ion experiment ALICE at LHC. In the last few years, I was delegated to CERN to work with the NIMS group of Maurizio on medical applications. I served as a deputy physics coordinator, but also in the control room in the front line, studying the properties of matter produced in high-energy heavy ion collisions. And with this background, I developed first master classes for the ALICE experiment, highlighting the role of heavy ions for research at high energies. And then the last few years, the new particle therapy masterclass, highlighting the role of ions for cancer therapy at lower energies. So some comments here how this project links with the rest of the topics of my presentation. Invited in Sarajevo to present the master classes in a workshop, I took the opportunity to elaborate to the sponsor the ideals of SEEIST that matched his own ideals. So his aim is to support the physics department of University of Sarajevo in particular and help with brain drain. So now the University of Sarajevo attracts every year about 150 high school students with these master classes for each one of them. So these master classes are educational outreach projects addressing high school students. Every year about 15,000 students participate from about 60 countries around the world through 255 institutes that invite them to these projects any day between mid-February and mid-April. So the idea is to bring scientific methods and real data to schools and motivate the next generation of scientists. So institutes can choose from a menu of experiments, and among them the particle therapy masterclass coordinated and moderated by GSI, and we try to show to students what scientists do, what physics has to do with medicine, and also highlight opportunities for studies and future jobs. So every day, clusters of 3 to 5 institutes participate, and at the end of the day, join a common video conference to discuss their results, moderated by experts from their institutes. And for the particle therapy masterclass, hands-on session, we use the MATRAD open source treatment planning toolkit developed by DKFZ German Cancer Research Center. So after the first local test at GSI and then with the participation of CERN, GSI and DKFZ, this was approved by the steering group and was integrated in the international program. And there is plenty of material in the web pages for any institute that wants to participate. And I must say that we have received a very positive feedback from the students that this is a motivation to contribute to the fight against cancer. So in a nutshell, in this kind of full-day event, now fully online because of the COVID, we provide the opportunity to high school students to become scientists for the day. In the morning, introductory lectures and visit to an experiment or a laboratory. And in the afternoon, the strong point is the opportunity to handle real data in the hands-on session and then prepare a presentation on the results to discuss in the common video conference. And I must say that students appreciate really the video conferences, the opportunity to discuss with experts and with the rest of the institutes, but the opportunity to really discuss with the experts sitting in their institutes is something that gives a very strong impression. And here you have as an example the historic therapy room at GSI or the accelerator complex of CNAU Therapy Center. The participation to the first session in 2021 was overwhelming. We had a total that I think it was more than 1,500 students around the world from 20 countries and 37 institutes during 6 full-day sessions. And 2022 is actually running now, and we have countries from Mexico and Colombia up to India. Same number of countries and students. And I must mention the important thing is that each one of these institutes provides in their agendas on the web pages material in their own languages, publicly available, that is there for future events. And I think this shows the interest of students, the motivation of tutors, because all that is voluntary work, and the potential impact of such activities. As an example, in Greece, it became a national event because it was advertised through the library of Veria to their very extended network. And we have the next session on Saturday with more than 200 registrants already, organized by the University of Thessaloniki with contributions from Democritus Research Center, Papageorgiou Hospital, Technopolis, and again the publicity was through the library of Veria. So the aim is to use the particle therapy masterclasses as a tool to support capacity building in Southeast Europe. And of course, we count on promotion through the SEEIST PR team. Almost all SEEIST members participated in the 2021 season, and we have more in the 2022. And we have 2 more sessions coming on Friday 8 and Saturday 9 of April. And we are very honored that Ugo Amaldi, the father of the CNAO Therapy Center, agreed to be among the moderators. So my aim is to establish national networks via SEEIST steering committee members through you, as we have done, for example, in Slovenia this year, and involve host institutes, the medical communities, and complement the current bottom-up approach, practically based on my personal contacts and colleagues, with top-down approach involving relevant ministries or other channels, as for example is done in Montenegro, that is organized through the Ministry of Science. Through this international event, I think we have the chance to bring in contact students around the world and highlight the benefits of international collaborations. And of course, this gives opportunity to inform about SEEIST, discuss future plans, and motivate young generations to contribute to common projects for common progress and benefits. So the aims and expectations is to attract school children to STEM at early stages when they decide their future studies and career, cultivate confidence through these hands-on sessions, the feeling that I can do it, and demystify the difficulty of physics and math. And actually, I must say that a master thesis study that I co-supervised has shown that actually students, even in one day, they learn. We support female students, and we have special sessions on the 11th and 8th of March, International Women's Day, and we handle prejudices. For example, this is the topic of a master's and then a PhD of one of my students in Mexico. We want to create groups of university assistants that they learn better themselves in order to teach the high school students, and of course to demonstrate a return to society from investment in fundamental research and enhance awareness of broader public. We hope to prepare future generations aware of the importance of fundamental research and its applications, spanning from favorable politicians to an evidence-based decision-making society. Now, I will wrap up this part of my presentation with my usual acknowledgement slide, because this is not a one-person job, and special thanks go to the core team led by Aris Mamaras and several other students from Sarajevo, from Montenegro, from Albania, or studying abroad, but also from Mexico. So, as I said in the beginning, in parallel with the particle therapy masterclasses, we are working on establishing a new laboratory based on an ion source evolving to a low-energy accelerator for training and basic research, as Maurizio has explained. This is sponsored by the Three Physicists Foundation, private funds, and the idea of the sponsor is to establish hardware, a project in the university. And this goes together with a 5-year group leader position with the prospect to turn to permanent training of students, and the plan is that the source is going to arrive at CERN, where it's going to be tested, but also for students and personnel to be trained, and then it's going to go to Sarajevo, to UNZA, to continue in a collaboration of academia, research, and industry collaborators. And those are the plans of the facility that we would like to set up. prepared by one of the master students, supported by the same private foundation, in collaboration with the NIMS CERN group in the room that is actually now being prepared. In addition, there is extra budget to refurbish all the existing laboratories and infrastructures with modern equipment, and you see here the new amphitheater. And the idea of the sponsor is to go both ways, top-down, through high-tech projects with support of CERN, COSI-Lab, etc., but also bottom-up, starting from the basics, adjusting to the local standards and pushing up. And I think this is a very good example to follow. So the project has started several years ago. Students supported by the Three Physicists Foundation came to CERN in person first and then remotely. 5 master students have been trained so far, supervised by Elena Mededetto and Marius Sapinski from the NIMS CERN group, and their results were used for several of the SEEIST documents. Then we had 12 summer students last summer, remotely, supervised by several supervisors. That was easier because it was remotely, and they worked on several topics from ion therapy simulation studies to radioisotope production to artificial intelligence. And this summer, we are going to send the students to our colleagues at the University of Ljubljana in collaboration with high-tech companies, COSI-Lab and TITEC. Of course, the main concern is after training to provide them with an attractive project so they can come back to their home institute, and that's why the hardware project is also important. Now, going from academia and research to industry, I just want to flash a couple of slides here about the SEEIST Meets Industry workshop that we had planned in April 2020, and we had to shift it. The new proposed date is first week of October. The idea is to attract Southeast and Western European companies and initiate collaborations. It was funded by the Central European Initiative and complemented by Three Physicists Foundation. Recently, we have learned that our budget is no longer valid, so we have to see how we can go about it. And now, coming to my own country, we plan an online information event on particle therapy for scientific and medical communities in Greece on the 6th of April at 4 o'clock, immediately after these meetings, under the auspices of the University of Thessaloniki, and we are really indebted to the speakers from DKFZ German Cancer Research Center, CNAU Therapy Center, GSI, CERN, IAEA, and AUTH. We had a similar event in November 2020 to introduce SEEIST to our collaborators in Thessaloniki first, and you see the positive results of this today. One of the speakers is Aris Mamaras from the young generation of AUTH, who is going to elaborate on radioisotope production project that you have heard from Maurizio. This was the subject of his diploma thesis in a collaboration of his professor, Tassos Liolios, who was actually my professor as well, and the NIMS group at CERN, and he continued as a technical student. And I can't help it. I must say that he's offered already a PhD position to continue working on this project, but from the Baltic countries, what we would call a brain drain, right? So we try to do the best to keep him associated with the University of Thessaloniki, and hopefully we can create a local group to pursue such projects. As Maurizio said, for both projects, we submitted EU proposals that gave us the opportunity to form tight groups, and the collaborations actually continue, and this was really a very useful and beneficial experience. So, finishing, I will thank everybody that contributed to such activities, and actually yesterday both Tassos Liolios and Maurizio reminded me of the first such activity that we worked together preparing a workshop on ion therapy in Hania in 2017 that was followed by the workshop in Arsam, co-organized with Maurizio. And actually, I think we went a long way since then. And I would like to thank particularly Maurizio for his support and encouragement. And finishing, I would like to say that I'm particularly touched and grateful for having everybody here. So I would like to thank our local hosts, particularly Mr. Dzikas and his collaborators for making this event happen. And a special thanks go to all of you for participating, and hopefully we can together pursue common projects in the fight against cancer. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Jota. So it's a good example what we can do and what we should do and develop further. Any comments, questions? Yes, please, Sotiris. We have no time, of course, but go ahead.
It was very nice. I just want to comment that the master class you presented, it was selected by the IAEA to be as an oral presentation in the upcoming conference on accelerators for sustainable development. It is on May, so we will meet there, of course. I have a question regarding the facility in Sarajevo. You mentioned you will have an accelerator set up there.
A low energy accelerator.
Could you provide more details? What kind of accelerator this will be?
Maurizio.
I answer.
Okay. So a sponsor who wants to support the University of Sarajevo is ready to buy an ion source for alpha particles that can also do protons. This is the idea is to install this at CERN, by the way, in the group that is chaired by Yannis, by your neighbor, and be used for 2 years at CERN for testing a new injector for particle therapy, and then go to Sarajevo in 2 years from now, and to be permanently there to be used for PIXI experiments and for other ion beam analysis.
You got me now. Okay.
Yes,
you got me now, because I wanted to tell you. So, for your information, in Democritus we have an excellent accelerator laboratory that is now under full refurbishing. The new items just arrived from NEC, and they have a Torvi source and a sputter source. So you may think, maybe, to organize also there, locally, a course on accelerators. It happens to be that I'm the coordinator of the project, so please feel free to talk about this.
Very good.
Also, because of this project, we are having now a 17 MeV cyclotron in Democritus, donated by Groningen. And this is supposed to assist in R&D in radiopharmaceuticals. This may also match to your needs. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? From the Zoom, I don't see. Thank you very much, Jota. And now we're switching to the next talk. This is a report from the association. We have 2 speakers. Professor Adnan Beganovic will start. He is chair of the SEEIST Association Board, and also after that Peter Grubling, who is a CEO of the association, will complete the talk. Adnan, please.
Okay, thank you, Leander. Good afternoon, everyone. As his introduction you could hear, I'm Professor Adnan Beganovic. I'm a chair of Association Board of the SEEIST Association Board. As you probably know already, SEEIST Association is an executive arm of the SEEIST initiative, meaning it is responsible in the public interest to promote, encourage, and encourage the Institute of the Southeast European Institute for Sustainable Technologies. Now, The presentation that we are now, as you also probably know, because some of you are also members of the association board, we are now 11 professionals who are working voluntarily as volunteers for the association, working with a specific task to promote, to manage projects, to manage contracts, like I said, to be an executive arm of this project itself. So unfortunately, as Elander mentioned in his talk, we lost one of our colleagues, Thea Glajar, who was a co-chair of the association board, passed away on January 25th. So she was an active member of the association, in the steering committee representing Slovenia since the steering committee was established. She was a co-chair of the association board since 2019 and the chair of the association board from June to September of 2021. Also vice president of the Coast Association and the delegate of Slovenia to the CERN Financial Committee and advisor to Slovenia to the CERN Council. But other than that, she was a person devoted for this project, and she invested a lot of her energy and effort and time to make all of this what we are now working with possible. So we are really, really sad for her passing this year. Yeah. So yeah, that was sad news at the very beginning of the year, and then also we. Let's say lost, but not in that sense. Of course, another association board member committee, Vesna Gershan, resigned due to potential conflict of interest because now she's employed by the International Atomic Energy Agency. So other than that, of course, what we have as activities on our board are presented maybe on this slide. Since the last meeting of the steering committee, we have regular meetings all the time. Usually we meet every 3 weeks on Monday, 4:00 p.m. And we have things to do and things to work on. On the meeting that we had on February 7th, we discussed and approved the SEEIST PR plan. You might think, well, now after the discussion of these accelerators, how many MEVs, etc., that PR plan is maybe not so important. Of course, it's important, public relations, or what we do with how we deal with the public and how we present our association is also as important as any other thing that we work on. So we had a plan for 2022 what to do, and more in detail you will hear this more information from the CEO of our association how that is going. The other thing is what we also discuss and always consider on our meetings are the outputs of the steering committee meetings. So whatever is decided on the steering committee, whatever we know from the meeting minutes, we are discussing that and using this as an input for our future activities of the association. Now, after that, we had another let's say a set of 2 meetings that were dedicated more or less to what we are now working group on on the clinical concept and working group on the scientific or research concept. Sorry, that we think that are very important. Now, you could see from the presentations, from the previous presentations, that also we have other working groups for the SEEIST association, or for the SEEIST steering committee has also working groups on legal framework, working groups on site selection, etc. But from our perspective as an operative and executive arm of this association, we think that we also need to discuss the clinical concept and the research concept, which are also important facts. For the clinical concept, for example, I'll give you the insight of what I mean when I say clinical concept. In order for us to discuss the architectural design, to discuss how much money we invest, how much money is necessary, to discuss different things, we need to also discuss what are we going to use this accelerator for. And this is the clinical concept that is necessary to know. For example, if you are building a facility that is going to do the hadron therapy, is this facility, is it going to be only adjacent to already existing radiotherapy facilities, or independent institute on its own? So if it's independent on its own, we might need other accelerators too to complement the hadron therapy. We might need imaging department, we might need anesthesia, we might need chemotherapy, etc. So these things have to be decided early on, because this will allow us to plan a little bit more better future projects and future activities in our field. So that's the clinical concept that we have to discuss about. And this is where the role of medical doctors is important, or radiation oncologists from the region, to decide what they really want to do. We have some ideas how things should be done, but again, this is something that has to be decided at this early stage. Also, the same thing goes with the research concept. We also have to think about what research is going to be conducted. Again, the same thing. It would be good and very nice to have all the researchers in the region who do different things, who do different experiments, who do now something in the region, to know what they need and how they could use this beam time that will be available when the SEEIST is powered on. Now, we had different options on how this could be done. One of the options was to utilize the IEA projects, but then again, it's up to discussion, and later we will decide how things could be going. Of course, on the last meeting that we had on March 21st, we also discussed again the working group of medical and science, and discussed and prepared for the steering committee meeting. So this is more or less the activities that I had in mind. But I would like to give floor to our CEO, Peter Grubling. He will give you more information about the specific activities of the association.
Thank you, Adnan. Thank you to have the opportunity to report a little bit from the, let's say, from the executive, from the team, what we have done in the last period, over the last 3 months. I will speed a little bit up because we are running out of time, as Leander mentioned already. And now I need to look what the next page is. It's not this one. No, this is. How can I go back? Here. Okay, so this is, Adnan already mentioned this. Now we have decided, or we have agreed in February on the SEEIST public relation plan. Of course, the public relation is one of the aspects what the SEEIST Association is made for, and we really do our best to align this with the activities of the steering committee. We have planned in total more than 30 activities for this year, and this includes, for example, a plan to have interviews, TV interviews with the chair of the steering committee and with the chair of the board. We have campaigns which we are going on, co-campaigns, for example, with the World Cancer Day, and you see some examples in the pictures on the site. We plan to promote events like, or to support the promotion of events like the SEEIST Meets Industry event, which Jota has introduced to us. And we have some projects. One example is a redesign of our website. What is crucial for us is that we, from the steering committee part, we get input for the promotional activities. Now we have a pretty nice meeting here, so we should have then via our social channels, via the website, we should summarize the outcome of the steering committee meeting by end of the week or beginning of the next week. So please give us input what we should promote on via our channels. We association cannot create it by its own. It's input what we need from you as well. So then we have started work in accordance to our working plan. In particular, we have continued our work in the HITRI+ project. So we have continued with the design study for the beam transport system. We could already contract the partners what have been introduced by Sandro Rossi in the HITRI+ project. We are working in the network and outreach work package, in the work package 2. We do the preparation for the General Assembly and the annual meeting, which is supposed to be in May this year. And also the planning of the courses on ion therapy, which is part of HITRI+, is ongoing. In parallel, we have started to planning of accelerated design phase. The next steps will be to go for the CDR, and I will tell a little bit more on that. And what is also ongoing is the draft of the framework agreements with PSI and ICTP. We have submitted to ICTP and PSI, and I had already a very, very fruitful discussion with the representative of the ICTP. So we hope that we soon can enter in framework agreements, and then within these framework agreements to set up specific projects for the purpose of SEEIST, like we have with CERN, for example, already in two projects. We have a couple of documents prepared, what we really hope that they will be discussed and hopefully as well approved today in the steering committee meeting. So we have contributed substantially to the joint general working plan, which is available for all of you. We have also contributed to the memorandum of understanding, which is, as Leander outlined at the beginning today, I think an important aspect to coordinate our activities. And the template for cooperation agreements has been already also elaborated, which hopefully allows us to ensure the financial sustainability of the association for the upcoming periods. Regarding financial report, I need to say that the situation is still unchanged. Yeah, we have liquidity which allows us to work until Q3 of this year, and then we are running out on free liquidity. Sandro Hitri Plus project money is reserved, and this is not touched by that. So this is a crucial aspect, and this will be discussed by the General Assembly in May this year. If we have improvements, if we see that we can, then we can overcome the situation that we cannot continue the association by end of the year. What amount of money we need? From my opinion, we need in the order of 300 to 350,000 euro in minimum to continue the work. This means on one hand side to maintain the existence of the association and to do the administrative tasks, but as well to have at least a minimum staff to move on in the project. Of course, this will never cover for example, the team what we need to do the design work. I can tell you from my experience, I was in the Med-Austron management from 2012 to 2019, and in Med-Austron, the design team for the accelerator starting with 20 people and then growing pretty fast up to 40 people over 5 years. Now you can imagine what amount of money you need for design. So this, of course, this is not covered by 300 to 350,000 euros, and what Leandro already has introduced. We very much hope that the upcoming working group on financial sustainability will create a plan, a solution how we can finance this, however we want to support it, and this is the minimum money what we need per year to support this this work, and we really count on the commitments we heard today in the meeting from the different countries, and as well, of course, in the Bern meeting to supporting the project. One aspect I was asked in the past, because we know that it's a little bit difficult for a Swiss-based company to participate in Horizon Europe projects, but we got the information from our Swiss colleagues that the association is eligible to receive funds from the Swiss State Secretariat for Education, Research and Innovation, so we can participate in such projects and get in principle are able to get a compensation from the Swiss side. So this is not an obstacle to participate in European Horizon calls. The next steps, what do we plan now is we heard this a couple of times from Marisa, for example. We have a lot of documentation which allows us to conclude on a conceptual design report. In my opinion, this conceptual design report is really crucial one, because it's then the base for the more detailed design. Also, this was outlined by Maurizio Frettener. It should be, this is what I'm aiming for, it should be a base for project budget estimation with sufficient confidence for a project approval in general. And of course, it will be then the base for application of project funding. Whatever tools we will use, and again, the expectation, the hope is that this new working group on financial sustainability can create a plan for that. What is crucial for the next steps as well, and then Adnan outlined this already, is to set up a working group on the clinical concept and a working group on research concept. And I can just repeat, it's crucial to really a lot of different tasks. It counts in the detailed design of the accelerator. It counts in the detailed architectural design of the building, but it also counts in the legal setup, because you need to understand how you want to define for example, the clinical operation. It's a separate entity or it's integrated, and what does it mean in relation to get reimbursed, in relation to how does it fit that you should not do economic operations within an ERIC, for example. Yeah, there are a lot of aspects what you need to consider. Site selection as well. Adnan said this already. It's a different story if you have a full comprehensive cancer center which serves all activities. Yeah, then you don't need an environment, a clinical environment. If you have a standalone hadron therapy center like now, or the Med Austron, for example, then you count on a cooperating hospital close by. Yeah? It's a difference if you say, I want to hire a specialist for anesthesia, for example. This is pretty expensive, no? Because then you have a full-time employee or 2 full-time employees just for that, for a little, for only few treatments where you need to use it. No? Maybe the better idea is to have a cooperation agreement with a hospital close by which provide these services in anesthesia, like Med Austron, for example, did. But we need to define this concept and we need to decide it. Yeah, and this counts in really a lot, in a wide range of aspects, and it's the same with the research concept, what we need to develop. And of course, we plan to continue the design studies with INHITRI+, and Maurizio already mentioned, we have only very, very limited human resources for that, not just a half full-time employee in the moment. So this doesn't allow us to really move substantially forward, and it's a pity that we cannot contribute like we would like to contribute, for example, in this superconducting gantry project, which would allow us to use IPs then in the future. So this is what in principle we plan, but of course, and then I just can repeat it, this depends substantially on the strategic decisions to be taken by the steering committee. This is crucial because at the end, the SEEIST association is to execute what from a strategic perspective is decided by the steering committee, so we really count on what you tell us in which direction we want to go. We have ideas, we can contribute, we can work out proposals, all this we can do, but we will not decide the strategic points. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Adnan. So questions, comments? Yes, please.
Very informative. Just a question regarding the pure technological part. I mean, there is a lot of experience through now, through Megatron, through Heidelberg, and so on. Your technical design stuff will include a totally different technology, or it will be a combination of?
In my opinion, not. No? What, like Maurizio has outlined, in principle we have 2 options to account of a more conventional design or of a superconducting design. This is not yet decided. Yeah, I have a personal preference what I would do, but maybe it's not the day to discuss this. But in my opinion, and maybe Maurizio can comment on that, in my opinion, when we go for a conventional design, then we have some challenges. We want increased intensity by a factor of 10, I think it was, or 20. We try to implement fast extraction in the accelerator, but maybe this is not required from the beginning on. So I would say it's an evolution. It's not a revolution, it's an evolution, and that's why I think, yeah.
Well, I assume it's nice to be an evolution because you at least have some
in my personal opinion, the purpose of SEEIST is not to develop high fancy new accelerator technology. We need a facility which can be used for research and treatment, and this must be stable and reliable, and that's why. Yes, it's we are talking, in my opinion, we're talking about an evolution.
No, but we all agree on that, but there was also a requirement from the European Commission and from CERN to support the accelerator studies to be at least one step, a small step beyond the present facilities. And so this is the idea at the moment. So it is a conservative design based on the present facilities with some additional innovative features that in themselves they don't have a major risk factor to the project. This is the idea.
And just to add in the same direction, actually, the other question is the timing. Of course, it's much better to have the superconducting accelerator, but for this we should wait for the design at least, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 years, because it's not only the design of the magnets, but also to produce prototypes, to test prototypes, and etc. So it's not so easy. And this is why we decided to start with the option with warm magnets accelerator. And for me at least, the most interesting future of this new accelerator will be this fast extraction possibility and the possibility for fast therapy. And the second unique thing is the linear accelerator actually for this in this complex, which will be in a position to produce so we'll have enough intensity to produce different kinds of isotopes for treatment and diagnostics.
And their gantry design is also a novelty.
The gantry design is another story. For the gantry we should wait a little bit more, of course. Yes. Maurizio. Yes.
Yes, because there is a development going on for the gantry, so for the moment there is nothing to do, so this is taking place outside of SEEIST. But I wanted to mention also a factor 20 in intensity with respect to the other facilities, which is also quite challenging, but it is in our specifications.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Yes, from Zoom I see Elena, please. Elena Benedetto.
Thank you very much. Okay, I fully agree with what's said, and in particular with your words, Leander, that it's a matter of time. I would add it's also a matter of resources. I'm the 50% unit still employed by SEEIST Association, and it's really a matter of resources, and until we are just a few of us, we cannot do much. My colleague left, he found a permanent position. I had the chance to find a part-time position only so that I could keep a 50%. We need more people at all levels, both seniors like me, and younger, like PhD students and postdocs and students in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Any other questions, comments? I don't see. So then, finally we come to the lunch. So I think that we are late, really late, and I think that 45 minutes will be enough for the lunch. So my proposal is to resume with the closed session our work at 2:45. Thank you.